live and fix it as we go.
Sounds right.
Hello, everybody. I think I'm live. You get to tell me.
You are live.
Hooray. All right. Let me jump into the chat and get that set up.
What's good, dudes?
What's going on? I'm going to open up Discord in a little bit. If you want to join Zoom, just let me know in the chat and I will get that going. I haven't done this in so long. I'm actually amazed. I haven't done this in so long. I'm actually amazed. I haven't done this in so long. I'm actually amazed. Sorry for the that loop back was because I was playing.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, that's awesome.
If you leave it on, it'd just been like an infinite loop. That would have been fun. All right, let's say hi to people. People, you know, socialization,
Social distancing.
Yes, you can all stay as long as you promise to stay 6 feet apart. All right, we've got Explorer, Token. Oh, Michael's here. Bill, Frankenbeans. I'm gonna get Discord going. See if I can actually cause my laptop to burst into flames.
There's Rocco.
Oh, I didn't know Rocco would be. All right, I'm in Discord live right now. Anyone wants to do that? I'm on Zoom. I'm going to put the Zoom chat link here. That is not it. Word. All right. There's Zoom. Discord, I'm on the live right now under Big Daddy Linux. Feel free to jump in there. Zoom would be nice. Like to see your face if you don't mind. And also for the audio, if we just kind of keep everybody in one place. But Discord, make it super confusing for everybody. Maybe you could do all three. You could have YouTube going, you could have Discord going, and Zoom going all at the same time.
Highly recommended.
Be lots of fun.
So how it goes, Eric?
Hey man, I'm here. I figured we're all, you know, stuck in our homes. Why don't we do something?
I agree.
Get together. Say hi to everybody. I'm even gonna go closer.
Get all intimate.
Hi everybody. Trying to pretend like I'm a professional and there's, you know, there's not like clothing right there or a curtain right there. Just look, just here, just right here. No,
yeah.
don't none of that.
Don't enable HD in Zoom or anything.
This
mine
worked
always
before.
Zooms out.
This worked before. Why you no work before? Okay, that's working. Michael Tennell of Tux Digital. Could it be?
Nope.
Nope.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I knew it. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Fake news. Allegedly. Fake news. Oh my goodness. Got Alex. There he is. Alex, what's going on, man?
It wasn't me.
It was you. It was all you. Nice shirt, sir.
Well, thanks.
Well done. Like that.
I like it too.
Oh my. Who else is in here? There's absolutely no agenda for this. We can just talk about whatever people want to talk about. I just figured let's all, after a crazy week of being cooped up and knowing I had a captive audience because you're all in your houses.
Everyone's captive. Yep, self-captive.
I just figured let's all get
This
together.
is normal. What are you talking about?
We're just gonna hang out in the quarantina.
Got him.
That's what I put in the description. I've had years of practice of social distance. A new thing for me. Oh my goodness. Go. Mr. Big Daddy Linux himself.
Oh no.
He is.
There he is.
Am I working yet?
Yes.
Well,
I mean, you're here, so
we can hear you. Does that count?
I guess that depends on your circumstances. You may not want to hear me. Just saying.
What's funny is that it's like you said, "Are you working yet?" It's like, well, are you remote or is it just like quarantine and stuff?
It's terrible, Michael. It's terrible.
I know. That's why it's awesome. Dad jokes are the best.
I'm disappointed, but I'm okay with it.
I lost the chat somehow.
Why'd you lose the chat?
I don't know. Didn't they add something to OBS 25? Because I had a plug-in for that. Maybe it's...
Yes, they did, but I don't know if it's actually a part of the Linux version.
Let's try again, because apparently it didn't like...
It never likes anything.
You know...
Which is why I've given up.
This is a live stream, so things have to break. And you know what? If something has to break, at least it's chat. And...
Hey, for Biddle tonight, I decided to, or not tonight, tomorrow night, I decided to get off of Restream for a week just to see if Restream had anything to do with the issues last week and the week before. So, but there's always issues.
You need some issues?
Always issues, always.
Really? I tried it. I wasn't a fan.
Well, I mean, I like the idea. I like when it works. But
I like the idea too. The execution is not. I'm not a fan of it.
So,
well, last week with the whole, one channel being the live one, and or one stream being live, and
that's terrible for people. You know what I mean? Like for the people trying to watch, that's just bad.
Well, especially when you have like 40 people in chat waiting. And it's like, oh yeah, we're not in that stream.
Yeah.
You have to come to a different stream.
Well, I heard a couple people say last week, if it wasn't for you putting that message out that we were in the other chat, they wouldn't have known. So
oops.
Great. Fabulous.
Yeah, that happened. It's live streaming.
You would think by now that we would all be professionals at it, but not going to happen.
Professional what?
I am a professional.
Well, you're the OBS professional. I'm surprised you don't know the answer to my chat question.
No, I just claim to be a professional. I don't have to prove it ever, so I'm good with that.
Okay.
That's why I just say it.
Prove it now with the camera.
I don't have to. I'm not the one streaming. I can't prove it. There's no way for me to prove it. See, I don't have to. That's what matters. That's why I join Rocco's show sometimes, where it's like, I'll turn the camera on maybe, but I don't have to prove anything.
I love these contradictions, Michael. Well done.
Necromancer says our windows aren't 6 feet apart. It's true. They're not.
Rocco's always recording, Bill.
Well, it depends on your perspective of pixels. You could say that the pixels are 1 pixel is per feet. So that's about sure.
I have no dog in this argument, so.
Well, look, we're all safe. Our virtualization has kept us safe.
As far as you know, I can be an AI.
We're practicing self-virtualization.
Right.
That's a new thing.
We invented it right here, right now. on the spot.
That's right.
I'm gonna go one ride. Everyone's
All
gonna sign it.
So, Rocco, I gotta say, Mr. Shuttleworth seems like a pretty fascinating guy.
Dude, that was such a great conversation. He is so not only humble, but like I was telling you guys after the show last week that I made mistakes in that, and he just didn't even bring them up and just kept on going, and I acted like I never said that, and of it was awesome to see him be that down to earth and that I don't have the right words for it, but it was amazing, and I think a lot of people saw him in a different light through that.
Well, just his him talking about coming from humble, reasonably humble beginnings, and not having an expectation of being able to do these things, and all that he's kind of achieved, and being an explorer and just pushing the boundaries. Like it just, I knew a lot of that stuff about him, but
He's a spaceman.
he is. I mean, that not a lot of people, obviously, this is kind of obvious to say, but I mean, not a lot of people do that. And the idea that he just went, I mean, the way he explained that was just fascinating. You had to go, you had to train. Maybe you can get on, maybe you can't,
Maybe
He
you're
risked
getting
it
ripped
because
off.
It could have been bad.
Right. Yeah. Maybe they
No, thank
kidnapped
you.
you and like,
I'm good. I'm good.
yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
I can't.
That explorer
Physically.
guy is here.
He's lurking.
I'm going to do it. That's actually on my bucket list. I'll first get $100 million. Step 2, be astronaut.
3 ? 4 profit.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I thought.
but it
That's
was
never gonna happen for me.
But I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm saying some of the things I said in the after show last week, but I don't know, when I brought up the Ubuntu phone, and then he, talked about the backlash that they got from it and everything. And I said to him about the trolls, and he said, no, but and he went further with it. You could just almost feel what he was going through, because he put it out there further than just, oh, it was just a bunch of trolls. You know what I mean? It was
Right.
there was a lot of feeling in that interview.
Yeah, he really didn't seem like he was holding back, and I guess maybe he's just gotten to that point in his life where he kind of says, I am who I am, and I don't have anything to prove to anyone.
Pretty much.
Like you said, that he had, you thought you were trying to be respectful of his time, and that, you thought he was going to have to leave, and he just kept talking.
That
He is
was
the boss.
awesome to see, but like there was no way the show has some type of structure, so I ask the questions and then I end it, you know what I mean, with however ending that we end it with. But as I'm saying them last couple of questions, he's like continuing to talk, and I'm like, do I ask him any more questions, or do I go over the time, or what?
I'm gonna keep talking,
So that was a once in a lifetime interview there, so I was really happy about that.
Well, I'm still getting caught up, so I listened to that, and then I went back and listened to Eric Londo. It's so funny to me to listen to these, and there's so many parallels between my life experience and these other people, and it's not like an exact thing. Dad that worked on supercomputers and stuff like that, but just kind of that trajectory of, I don't know, it was just I always enjoy them because of that ability to relate, and that even if it's someone that's had a vastly different background, hearing someone recount coming through Linux, how they discovered it and how they used it, and I liked how you said that's your favorite part when you were talking to him about how he's doing the community spotlight, and he's like, you're like, that's my favorite part because I get to sit here and do it in person. So
Yep.
yeah,
I get to talk to so many awesome people. Look at you 5 guys here I get to talk to. How does it get any better than that?
I can't, you know what, I'm not going to argue with you there.
Mm-hmm.
We are
I
awesome.
mean, I'll take compliment.
I mean, I'll argue. Let's do that.
Well, you would
I run
argue
the
about anything,
non.
Michael.
That's true. Wait, I'm supposed to argue. That's not true. I never do that.
That is a lie.
So
Correct.
all you hear now in the news is Zoom, Zoom, Zoom,
Mhm.
Zoom
I know,
this,
right?
Zoom privacy.
We must destroy
bombing.
them.
But it seemed like it was really related to the cloud recording.
No,
I'm
there's
not
so many
mistaken.
different pieces that are problematic with Zoom at this point. Like I've been reading on it. It's gotten crazy. They went from having like I think a million users or something like that, or 2 million users, something like that. Now they have like 200 million users, and it just went from like they had a little bit of press to just onslaught of people like testing everything about them.
Yep.
And they found out that there's some encryption issues, and even Zoom admitted these issues exist. So like there was the issue with the encryption is that if you use a Zoom client, you're pretty much good to go. If you call in, having someone call in kind of messes up the encryption. So they have these like little converter things that sort of takes the phone call and tries to encrypt it, but it does it on their server. So it's different. So if you have the local client, it encrypts it on your end. So it is end-to-end encrypted. But if anybody joins outside of that, it creates issues. So there's all kinds of stuff like that where there's also the cloud recording because people weren't aware that there's even a thing to do that. There were people finding out that if you need to set up waiting rooms and that kind of stuff, which by default now they're going to be turning on waiting rooms and passwords so that people
You
can't
did
troll.
already. I got the email.
Yeah. So like there's so many things that they're dealing with. And it kind of makes sense. Like they went from having, a percentage of users to
Like
almost
every user.
everyone. Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay. So
Yeah.
the same thing, in my opinion, would happen for like desktop Linux. If we went from what we are now to, Microsoft numbers of users, we would find a lot more bugs than we're finding right now.
Oh, I agree with that. I think there would be a lot of bugs. I don't think there would be like privacy security bugs, but I think there would be.
Well, I mean,
lots of
maybe not
user bugs.
privacy bugs, but there probably would be some security issues, dude.
Yeah, that's true. I almost guaranteed. Like you're gonna
Now-
have problems just out of default.
What do you think about the privacy problem, though?
There's still some issues with the privacy that are reasonable, and there's other people who are just reacting over things that are not a problem. Like the whole attention span thing. It's not like it's tracking your eyes if you're paying attention or not. It's not like that. It's just whether you have the window in focus or not. So it's not a big deal really. And they took that out, even though I don't think that's that big of an issue. And some of the things that they were doing, they weren't aware that they were doing them, which is problematic. But I think the way they're reacting is the best you could expect. You could want them to react.
Could you imagine
They are
the,
removing things.
Can you imagine the pressure, the growth pressure on their platform right now, Adam?
Oh yeah, totally.
Like what do you kind of things you think they're doing right now to try to keep up with that demand?
I have no idea how you would keep up with that kind of demand.
I mean, because they went quadrupled. I mean, how many times over do you
10
think?
times. 10 times at least.
Over?
Yeah, at least 10 times, maybe even more than that. Because they announced, I forgot what they said they had, but I know they said they got 200 million now. So like that is a
That's
massive.
insane.
Ridiculous.
And you talk about concurrency. So they probably had a lot of registered users before, and then it was just sort of, maybe some percentage. But right now, like my daughter's class uses Zoom from 8:30 until 12:30 every single day with 30 participants, and that's her class. And there's 8 classes. That's just her school, and then multiply. I mean, their usage right now has got to be absolutely.
Yeah, I got a notification. It was like, I used to get it every once in a while, but now, like, I had connection issues every once in a while. Like, it says like your connection's unstable, and that has been happening a lot more lately with the congestion.
Dude. A lot. I've been doing some Linux Spotlight interviews, and it's cut out probably 12, 13, 14 times during an interview.
Yeah. And it's like your connection's unstable is like every connection is unstable.
Yeah. Yeah. Show me one that isn't.
Yeah. I think they added like, I think 10 more data centers to try to handle the influx.
So I guess, they should answer my request for more than 25 people on the Zoom client, Linux client immediately, right? 'Cause of all the-
Yep. That is very much a security problem they need to cover.
I see nothing
Because people are
wrong
going to
with
jump
that.
over to Linux because of the bad security on Windows. There you go.
Hey, look, Explorer showed up. There
What's
he
happening,
going?
brother?
is.
What's
What's
happening?
going on, man? How's your week been?
Pretty good. Just working remotely, but got to spend some time with my daughter, and now she's
Nice.
with the separated wife, so I got some free time.
Is working remotely a new thing for you?
No, I've been doing it for about 2 or 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
What do you do if
Yeah.
you don't mind sharing?
I work in the casino business in
Oh, okay.
online gambling, but I'm a systems engineer, so I deal with Linux and Windows administration.
I could imagine that's actually probably got a spike in usage as well with people being
It
home.
it has sportsbook betting and stuff like that has died, but
Right.
they're trying to bring esports in, and there's going to be like ping pong in Taiwan and stuff like that. They're going to try to do gambling with that.
I mean, there's so many gambling things you could just, have. There was actually a joke gambling site that the idea was to gamble by coin toss. So all you're doing is picking heads or tails, and it's like, why? This is
I
so
see
ridiculous.
nothing wrong with that.
It's a fun idea, but there was actually a charity tournament gambling thing for like raising money for like different charities, like the Feeding America and stuff, and it's called Ball in a Cup, and it's basically just beer pong tournament for you can bet on and stuff.
It's crazy.
It's kind of awesome.
Yeah, Kevin just said he's laid off for the next 4 weeks.
Oh man.
People are getting furloughed. I mean, imagine if you were, in a service industry where you can't come to your business. It's tough, man.
Yeah, we got huge salary cuts here, and next thing would be furloughs or layoffs and things like that.
Yeah.
I haven't heard any for my work, but being government employee, I'm not super worried about it.
Nice.
Yeah. You're on spring break though for
Yeah, for a week. Yeah.
a week. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have to worry about that because I just go out on emergency calls and stuff. But I guess that's a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how you look at it. Because I
Yeah.
have to enter people's houses to
Do you
this
have
stuff.
do you have gear now, Rocco?
No, as a matter of fact, I don't. We have gloves, but we don't have any masks because we can't buy them around here. There are none left. So
Okay.
you have to makeshift stuff.
Yeah,
You
they
and
do
all the-
suggest to do like at least a bandana or something.
Yep.
You and all the state governors as well. So
Mm-hmm.
it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. And yet someone made the point, I hadn't thought about this, is we try to run our healthcare system as inexpensively as possible, and that just means not having a lot of surplus. So now we're kind of
It's part of the
Insane.
problem of making healthcare a business.
Right?
there is that. Yeah. Hey, look, it's Bill. Hey, Bill Frankson, SMCB.
That
Well
dude's
done.
a jerk.
That just rolls off the tongue right there.
I see nothing wrong with
I
the
like how it's Bill, and then he qualifies it with something.
It's not. Yeah.
What? That's a completely not made up name.
Bill. You're allowed to just be Bill now. In case you were waiting for.
That's a completely valid name. You need to roll with it, man.
Is it like Michael Jordan, so they can just call me Bill? Everyone will know who I am.
Yes.
There aren't any other Bills.
Yes, there's none in the world ever.
Well, no, in let's say in Biddle at least.
In the Linux community, there's no other Bills.
I had to
ever.
laugh because there's another Clayton now. which I thought was pretty good because there's always been enough Erics, enough of everybody else. Got another Clayton. That's good. Means we need to go recruit more Bills, I guess.
And Adams. We need Adams.
I
Yeah.
agree. More of me would be better.
So Michael has been working feverishly on a new project.
I don't know if that's the right term right now, Eric.
I know.
just say
I know.
run with it.
Exactly. Project. I mean, come on, Eric.
Yeah, you're right. Cheesy Man says, "Is there another Eric Adams in the Linux world?" No, there are other Eric Adams though. There's the councilman in New York, and the lead singer of Manowar.
Man of War.
Nice.
Got that going for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a generic name. There are literally 1,000 people with. Yeah. So,
Yeah, it happens.
as far as I know, I'm the only one.
You should just name yourself Eric Manowar.
Do it.
I can never hope to live up to that sort of.
Oh, come on. Read the definition whenever you do.
It'll never happen.
Just
It's
go by
okay.
Mo.
You got to be happy with who you are. So, Michael, do you want to talk about that or no?
Yeah, sure. I'm doing frontpagelinux.com. It's a community-run website for tutorials, news, articles. Okay, not news articles. But news and articles and other things. I wasn't planning on doing this, so as you can tell,
You got it down, Pat. Michael, go ahead.
right? I'm just so good at this promotional thing.
This is practice. No one's watching. Mike. Okay.
Right? It's not live. There's so we're doing this as a community thing where it's anybody can submit articles and news or tutorials or whatever you want on the discourse forum, and it'll be added to the site and after it's been vetted and that kind of thing. So if someone wants to be a part of the website, they can just join the forum and submit. But it's going to be it's a website for doing tutorials, articles and the articles could be anything, whether it's opinion based or just you want to share something that you found that's interesting, whatever topics you want to be. It could be really anything. And we also have Eric Londo from Linux++, who has joined the site. So the Linux++ column articles is being moved on to Front Page Linux, which is fantastic.
Very nice.
Yeah, and lots of other things, but that's the gist of it. I'm working on it vigorously,
Michael,
every day.
I see you got a video section, but it's it's geared towards articles, correct?
Well, not necessarily, but yes, it's more. The idea is that it's the first. The first thing that I want people to be able to just point to, when you want to say someone is new to Linux, they could go to and learn stuff about like beginner articles, beginner topics, but also beginner videos are related there. So anybody can submit that kind of stuff too. And it's not just articles, but the video section is so that you can submit videos that are, not necessarily related to news or whatever, but you just wanted to share it. And that's a possibility as well. But it is like, I'd say probably 60 to 70% written stuff. So I guess you're right in the sense of what your question was. So yes.
So like Rocco, I have a couple things on there right now. One of them is just a link to the video with the description from YouTube. The other one for the Ubuntu dock customization.
Mm-hmm.
Everything I basically wrote a synopsis. I intended to write a simple synopsis, and I was like, me, I'm like,
Right.
well, why don't I just add some screenshots? Why don't I just essentially it's a companion article to the video.
Gotcha.
So like
Well, then that would be considered an article with a companion video, right?
yes.
In that particular case, yes, absolutely.
And so that's why that one is categorized, and that's what's fun about trying to figure out, okay, what category does this belong in? Because video, tutorial, opinion, there's all
It
these
fits all of them.
yeah, so it's kind of like so what Michael did was I posted it under videos, but then he put it up think also you can have multiple categories, but there can only be one primary one. So anyway, so it's considered a tutorial and a video and an article, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just where if you want to, it's mainly for discoverability. So if someone wants to go to just find tutorials, that is a tutorial, so it would fit in that section. But if someone wanted it to have the written version, it would also be put into articles because it works there too. But if there's a video that's posted that doesn't have like an article companion or vice versa, it wouldn't be put into the article section. It would be in the videos only section, or not video only, but like that particular part of it. So the site is very flexible in where things can be put because people can subscribe to different sections. They can register the subscription feed in their RSS reader. There we go. And that allows them to like subscribe to just the videos or just the news or just whatever.
Nice. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Well, and I also set it up that even just specific tags, like I just want to get news on Ubuntu, you can get that.
That's cool.
And we
Definitely
didn't
cool.
also, I think also what, Michael, you don't want to just post videos without any kind of context, because what's the point, right?
Right. So if someone wants to submit a video, they need to have like a companion piece that's roughly talking about like what it is, because, just going to a video, they're not really going to be knowing fully what this article. It's like take the description of your video and put it in the thing and go and like expand on it a little bit.
So will that be open source hair care products, Michael?
No, there'll be
absolutely
tutorials
not.
for building stools, and
that's true, yes, but there would absolutely 100% not be remotely any open source hair care things on here, because my formulas are proprietary. Thank you very much. It's $5,000 a bottle.
So that means you need a section called stool samples on that site.
Oh
no, it doesn't have, because
Thanks,
there's no samples.
Man.
There's no samples.
Wow.
It's just complete product. That's all.
I approve.
there you go, Bill. You get one vote.
It's Proto Stools. That's it. You get.
Anyway, I'm
blueprints and
excited
big Proto
because I
Stools.
don't have a place to put articles, and there's a lot of times where I'll make a video and I feel like, yeah, this is a good sort of visual demonstration, but sometimes it's nice to have the commands to copy, and I'll usually put stuff in the video description, but I don't know. There's just times where writing makes more. It's a shame because I think in a lot of cases writing is dead and people prefer to see a video. But
How dare you? I love to read.
do you? Okay.
Yeah.
I
I'm
think it's
actually reading books.
nice. I think it's definitely a different type of personality, right? Like there's people who like video, people who like reading, people who like listen to audio only, audiobooks and that kind of stuff. Like just depends on the type. And I think that there's the issue with making videos is a lot of people make videos on YouTube exclusively, or whatever platform, but there's like attention blindness from people like who ignore the descriptions completely. Even if you tell them to check out the description, they still ignore that it's there. So even if you did put commands and stuff like that there, it might not be that helpful. Whereas if you have it like linked to an article, it would give you more discoverability there.
I was just going to say that, right? So it's not only just, so you can link to it from, what I need to do now is to actually go back to that video and put a link front page article. That's sort of a virtuous circle.
Yeah, exactly. The cycle feeds in itself.
I see nothing wrong with that.
I do like that when, if I search for something, it has the embedded video and then also the instruction. That's probably the format that I'll follow.
Nice.
And,
I like having the video as a fantastic option, because I think the articles are more like they need to be more in depth, because they can offer more information versus the video, because the videos, a lot of the times people look at the videos have to be entertaining too. And there's a performance extra piece that you might forget certain pieces. Then when you go into the description, you're like, oh, I forgot this. Well, I'll just put it in the article. It's fine.
Yeah, but I think there's a bigger attention span on an article than there is a video. because you can kind of like lapse into like your eyes glossing over on a video.
Yeah, that's true.
But
too.
as for an article, you're getting nothing out of it. You just, unless you're reading it. So I think you can keep people for a longer span of time in a written article.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Also, if you have a video, people could just put it in the background and they put it as like background noise. Whereas the article, you actually have to pay attention to it. Yeah, that's a good point.
I do that sometimes too, where I'll watch a video. It'll make me think of something, or I'll be thinking about what I just listened to or saw, and I'll miss the next 10 seconds or 20 seconds and I'm going back. So yeah, I'm curious to see what the feedback is.
Yeah.
And
I think there's going to be a lot of potential.
You're
for it.
integrating the comments with the discourse, right? Like
Correct. Yeah, like there's some issues with the way that the integration's working right now, but for the most part, it's solid. It's just like technically speaking, if you want to review, it will work. But if you want, if you want to make a comment to the article, it will take you to the forum, and you can make the reply. But right now, the reply is not displaying on the website yet. But there's always details to deal with, like infrastructure building and stuff like that. So it's going to happen soon. It's just right now it does work. It's just not displaying for some reason. And
well, the other exciting thing, speaking of good writing, is that Eric Londo and Linux++ is going to be, well, it is already, but that's where he's publishing ++.
Exactly. And we're actually going to be, he's going to be transitioning from using Medium to using FPL exclusively. But right now it's going to be it's a gradual thing. We're not going to just completely, chop it in half or whatever. So for the next couple of issues, there will be on both. And then it will be start transitioning to just on FPL, which I am super excited about the website and the future it has, and also the ability for anybody who wants to contribute more to the Linux community or to DLN in general can do so in a bigger way with this site, which is more possible than previously.
I'm excited about it too.
Yeah.
Well, it's I mean, so listening to Rocco's spotlight with him was enlightening. So I got to hear that, and then just being able, I mean, there's so many people write about current events and topics in Linux. But there's something about the way he does it that is really interesting to read. I mean, I put him up
I
there
like his style for sure.
Yeah.
Like his style of writing is very interesting, because when he first announced his thing and I read his style, I was like, this is pretty solid for the first time you're attempting to do something, right? And so then the second one comes out and is like, you know what, you should join Front Page Linux. And we just immediately started contacting him, and it's like, okay, this has to happen. And then he let us know that the reason why he started doing the articles column thing is because he was inspired to make content from DLN. And when we asked him about joining it, he was like, absolutely, that's perfect. So that was awesome. And I can't wait to have him on the Destination Linux podcast. He's going to be joining us this coming week for a discussion about Front Page Linux and everything. So that's going to be awesome.
I haven't played Borderlands 3 in a while, so that's what I'm doing.
You're muted, Eric.
I'm eating chicken.
Sorry.
If that's okay.
Censor said, finally a stream about Linux and not World of Warship. Well, Censor, you're just in time. We're going to kick off some...
Yeah.
Yes. Finally,
Perfect timing.
revenue.
That's right. Yeah. And I did this early enough, hopefully, for people in the UK. It's only coming up on 11 o'clock over there. And it's almost 9 a.m. in Sydney. So this is like the sweet spot of the day to try to get everybody. Hopefully.
Like if there is even a sweet spot, right? But like it's the best you could possibly find, I guess. Every time they always like, we have people from the UK complaining about how when Biddle starts, and there's people from Australia complaining about when DL starts, and it's like, it's hard to do that.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. But honestly, if you look at the time zone overlap, this is kind of, I mean, once you start getting further into Eastern Europe, yeah, I mean, it's getting a little late, but Figure with most people being home, this is when I prefer to stream, honestly.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely a limit you could do anyway. So like you're never going to be able to have everyone join at any at any specific time. So
Not with that.
getting is okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Got him.
I have nothing else to contribute after that. Got me completely.
Torched. Man.
That's a first. No.
Roasted.
Kevin McCaig
I
says
have been trained well.
Kevin McCaig says Borderlands 3 is a winner.
I need to play
Pretty
that.
fun. It's pretty fun.
I don't know. I bounced off it.
I love all of the Borderlands series, so
you-
I expect to love this one too.
Are you playing on Stadia?
No. I am not.
No, he's on the other side. Last night he was streaming. He was on the computer behind him.
Mhm.
The MacOS?
Macos, yeah.
Macos. Right. He so since you're trying to concentrate on something, I'll make you talk.
No, go ahead. I'm good.
So Adam did a stream about using an iPad Pro, not as a laptop replacement, but as a laptop capable of doing laptop things. And the latest release was 13.4.
Yeah, 13.4.
They added a lot of controls for trackpad and even a mouse. Pretty capable.
It's kind of interesting how something so simple as like just having a pointer makes such a big difference.
It's the little thing.
Like I like the touch interface a lot because it's it's flexible, and if I decide to like just kick it on the couch or in my bed or something, touch is way better. But it's kind of nice to be able to have a pointer when you're dealing with like text and things like that.
Yeah.
The iPad Pro, where your next computer is not a computer.
Yep.
What's
What's
that?
a computer?
What's the stand thing that you're gonna get?
Oh, the Magic Keyboard. Talking about the keyboard folio.
The thing that you. Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
You should. No. Yeah. So it's a keyboard like cover for, because I have one currently, but it doesn't have the trackpad built in. It's just a
Okay.
keyboard.
So is this more like the Surface Pro kind of thing?
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of.
Okay.
It's kind
But,
of their response to the Surface Pro.
Okay.
It's a better Surface Pro. Yeah.
Apple never does that. They don't come out with something that's a better version of something someone else has done. That's an unprecedented move on their part. Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Got him.
That's true. Everything they do first is right. Just
I see how it is.
oh.
So,
boss
Rocco,
fight.
Yeah.
what are you working on, man? Is there a new Linux Spotlight in the works?
There is, actually. Can you imagine the guy that has to follow up Mark Shuttleworth?
Oh man.
Would
Yeah.
not want to be that guy.
Wrecked.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
working on it now. Starting to do the audio edits, and then we'll put it in DaVinci Resolve and put it through the paces.
DaVinci Resolve, you say?
Yes, DaVinci Resolve is the best video editor ever.
Oh.
Shots fired.
Too bad Michael just left.
I had to shoot
Oh,
him
I'm sure.
down, okay? It had to happen.
Hey Rocco, they need to do a Linux Spotlight where it's Dolphin Oracle interviewing you.
No, that's way, way, way in the future. There's too many people to interview. Too many. People.
Yeah.
Too many people. But DaVinci Resolve is fantastic, dude. I'm sorry. There is just nothing like it. I would love for there to be an open source alternative like DaVinci Resolve, but there just isn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and agree. I went through this obsessive round of testing every possible video editor, including Blender, Yeah, I mean, literally everything. Yeah. Then at the end of that, I went into DaVinci Resolve and was like, oh, this has literally all of the things, including like audio stuff and 2 different ways to edit and
Billions of transitions.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Well, I really need to get into the that node manager.
Well,
But
see, that's the cool part, Eric, is because
Yeah.
you can take pre-done transitions from other people and just drop them in the timeline and they work fine. But you can just build your own and make
Yeah.
it completely different, make it something that's original from anybody else.
Well, so the one I did was the regular expressions. That was the video that put me over the edge. Every other editor, I was in Kdenlive, and I kind of settled on Kdenlive. It's the most capable. I'll take the time to learn it.
It is.
And I was trying to put that little colored, overlay so that I could put the characters that I wanted to show on the screen. And every time I would try to set the color, it would crash on me. Okay, so then I thought, well, maybe it's something I did on my system. So I rebooted in, crashed again. I'm like, all right, well, this is the Flatpak, so let me try an app image. Same thing. Like, what is going on? So after an hour of that, I was just like, okay, I'm done now. Like, I cannot spend time like this. How many hours on this on this planet do I have left that I'm going to sit here and do this? Anyway, so I was just like, and that's what spurred it was a good 6-hour tour of like every single video. There are some out there that are really interesting. I think Flowblade is actually a really cool looking editor and has some interesting capabilities, but for things like titles, you have to actually...
Well, you bring up titles, dude. And titles are one thing that in Kdenlive, if you added a title to, say, God forbid you add a title to a 2-hour video through the whole video, that would add probably, no lie, 4 hours to render time to have a title in the video the whole time. So imagine my frustration when I would do a Linux Spotlight interview and I would maybe have the wrong name on the OBS scene of us. So then it took hours to replace that and overlay another name on there just to render the video, where DaVinci Resolve just blows through titles with 0 problems, dude.
I was looking at so I'm just using the free version right now, and I was looking at the differences, and apparently the free version will use the H.264, the native one that's on your OS. And so if you're using Windows, it'll be that. If it's Linux, it's that. And the paid one has an inbuilt one that's way more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
But even without video card support for rendering, so my normal ratio is usually like a 2-to-1. So if it's a 20-minute video, it takes 10 minutes to render in, let's say, Olive, Kdenlive, something like kind of a 2-to-1. It's 10-to-1 in DaVinci Resolve. Just using the same the same underlying packages and everything. So I don't know what it's doing. I guess it's just more efficient, like you said, at the titles and and all that other stuff. But yeah, a 20-minute video took 2.5 minutes to render.
Yep.
So and it uses all 16 cores too. That's the other thing. Pigs the system.
Yeah, I think Linux Spotlight, Mark's episode is 45 minutes, I guess, and it rendered in 9 minutes, something like that. So, yeah, it's an amazing program.
It really is. So anyway, the free version works very well. There's no limitation. Like I tried. I can never remember. What's the other commercial editor?
Oh, Lightworks.
The weird one. Lightworks. Thank you. Yeah. So the UI is really weird, and I just had a hard time trying to get my head around it.
I did too,
And-
dude. I have it. I bought it.
Did you?
I bought it, and then I have such a hard time with the UI that it's, and I know other people like it, but man, that was just.
Do you use keyframes at all when you're trying to do
I do.
animations and stuff? So that's the thing that got me to just walk away from it. I put in a bunch of keyframes to do some transition elements, and their graph editor, if the transition elements are, if the keyframes are too close together, you can't get them. They're literally, they're just
Too close.
unclickable, and there's no way to really zoom in. And I'm sure that I was doing something wrong, but it's so unintuitive that I had a really hard time trying to like work with it. And then I thought, if I'm going to take the time to learn this, is this really going to be worth it? Because I didn't think the titles were all that exciting. The audio stuff I didn't think was particularly great, and they're just I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it is. They obviously make production movies, but this wasn't for me. But yeah, the quick edit, timeline edit in DaVinci, like you said, once I mapped some keys and stuff, like
it's ridiculous, dude. It is ridiculous how much time you can save just in that editing process by mapping some keys or mouse key. Like I have mouse buttons to cut and trim the size, trim the space or whatever. It's instant. Boom, boom. It's done.
Yeah, it is. It's impressive. Anyway, for most, like you said, for most things, if I can use open source, I will. There's just something, I spend so much time trying to make something work, and it just got to the point where I couldn't stomach it anymore.
Well, there's that line, and everybody has a different level of patience, or maybe not patience isn't even the word, but time that you have extra to spend on this stuff. And once you reach that threshold, then it's like, okay, that's it, gotta find something else. And Zoom is the same way, dude. I spent hours and hours trying to find an alternative to Zoom, free open source software alternative. And I don't care which one you show out there or put up, I have tried it, and none of them compare to the features that Zoom has. None of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing, is when you try to suggest other things from this other alternative that nothing compares, you kind of get stuck with it. Like, there's no other option, or, oh, you can use this other thing because, it's there, but it doesn't compare to this thing that I have to use on a daily basis. Good luck with that.
Well, there's
Well,
something. There's
Go
just
ahead,
something to be said for, you want to get something done. So I kind of went into this on the latest DL and Extend. Like, I'm a solutions person, right? Like, I look at it as, I have a task that I want to get done. I've taken probably an inordinate amount of time investigating the right solution for me. Once I've done that, I just want to open it and do it. I don't want to have to like jerk around with trying to get it to work, because it's fragile. And Zoom is like that. It just works. And I think Jitsy's, so if you use the free jitsi.meet site, it's not good. But the underlying technology is, and I've actually heard people say that they run their own instance of Jitsi and it works really well. I think Dan was actually, Dan was telling me that he's running his own instance of Jitsi, and it actually runs really, really well when you dedicate, system to it. It's just the free one itself is not very good. So that might be something I got.
Yeah. How much is the non-free Jitsi? Because I've never looked at it.
I don't think I don't think there's any cost to it. I think it's all open source.
There isn't.
But the free one, Jitsi.meet, is they're hosting it, and I think there's just pretty severe limitations on bandwidth and the hardware.
Well, that's the thing. The technology behind it doesn't lend itself well to a big group, because the more people you get, the more terrible the meeting becomes.
It's kind of, I was pushing Dan on that a little bit because I was curious, and I think he said that it actually did work pretty well for, and I don't know people But I really think that's the difference. The technology is good. The implementation of Jitsi.meet. But if you host it yourself, and he seemed to think maybe if you put it even just on like a droplet,
it would be interesting to try, but I don't know if I'd want to try it live on a Biddle one night.
Oh,
Okay.
why
come on,
not?
Rocco.
Come on, I'll join that.
We have enough
for
problems.
that.
Hey, Paul, what's going on, man?
Not much. Just having a beer and chilling out.
You're not drinking a beer. That's black gold that you have, sir.
Okay, yeah, black gold.
Well, please do tell. What's black gold? Guinness?
No, it's a different stout. But
One that
it's
I might have
really
heard
rather
of,
good.
or no?
Magic Rock. It's
No.
UK based brewer, so
Good beer then. Yeah, I get it. Okay.
But I've been playing with Ubuntu 2004.
Nice.
And I have to say, it's really good. It's so good that I want to keep it on my main PC.
The regular release, the GNOME release.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah,
It's pretty nice.
I'd been using it, and they did an update last week, and it kind of went bluey on me. Yeah, I had to switch away to get some stuff done.
Switch away.
Yeah, it kind of went boom on me as well, but that's more because I broke it.
Oh, good job.
So yeah, I broke it, and then I had to do a reinstall, and then I had some issues, but I think that was more down to a bad download or a bad install.
Yeah.
So I reloaded again, and it's been fine.
Got it. Cool. So what have you been doing to keep yourself, besides Ubuntu? Anything good, or just?
Yeah, not really. Working from home, but I mean, I've been doing that now for 2-3 years.
Okay.
I was just saying the other day, I should probably worry that we're under lockdown and my life really hasn't changed a whole lot.
I think the same exact thing. Like I've worked from home for a very long time. I was one of that first wave virtual employees, call it. And the first generation of IP phones and all of that stuff. Now I got to the point where if I had to go to an office, I was really distracted because I wasn't used to conversation, people being around that. So yeah, I also don't think my life has changed. that it probably is some reflection of I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Well, I think the biggest thing is not the work for me, but my actual like out of work life hasn't changed.
Yeah, there is that.
So
yeah, I'm really fortunate now that I can work from home, because even if I was in the office, I'm sort of remote anyway, because I work for a US-based company. I do all kind of back office stuff. So we are kind of remote workers anyway, so we can do that.
Adam, would you be able to go full remote?
Yeah.
Is there plans in the works to do that, or what?
Not that I know of, no. But I can do everything in my job when I'm away. But I mean, if I had to do like some physical hardware stuff, like if I had to replace hardware or something like that, I'd have to go in for it. But yeah, everything I do, I could do remotely.
Nice.
So I would work remotely almost exclusively, and then usually once a month I would work in. You need that FaceTime, right? You can't float out there exclusive, especially when there are people that do work in the office all the time. Some of them chose to do that because it was just too hectic at home with family and the rest of it. So I get that.
Yeah, I kind of have that advantage. Like I don't have crazy stuff like kids or spouse or whatever bothering me all the time.
As long as you don't sit in the other room where the cats.
I kick them out. Yeah.
You kick him out?
Yeah,
Poor
he had McGee in there last night, and McGee was trying to make trouble because he wanted to get out. So he was like trying to kick the mouse off the.
Oh yeah, he was getting mad, man. So he wanted out, and I wouldn't let him out because Nessa was taking a test. So he's like getting on my desk, messing with stuff. He got on my other desk, and he wanted to knock my mouse off to get my attention, but the mouse, the cable was too short to fall off the desk, and so he's like not trying to knock it off and getting mad, and then he like did like a huff and got off the desk. He just got super upset. Freaking McGee.
Hey, why don't we pin this message in Biddle?
Okay. I'm just going to keep streaming. Honestly, this is my plan for the evening. So
going to leave it up forever.
I'm just going to keep, I mean, I'm probably going to go until 10 o'clock. So, I mean, I'm just going to leave it out. People can come and go as they please.
Let me grab a beer. I'll be right back.
All right.
Now I'm going to have to go.
A burr.
So I'll shout out to folks in chat because in Max. Token, nice to see you, sir. Daniel. Oh, it's Keegan. I have to say, Keegan, he has this gifts, nothing but gifts Telegram group. And it's been going now for a good 6 months, maybe a little longer. No. It is so much damn fun to go in there. And
it is.
It is literally no text. It's just gifts. And
the biggest challenge is to kind of read back a few of them to see what everybody's talking about, so you can like put something in.
You have to, yeah, yeah. And so it's like a conversation with. It is so much fun, and it's honestly one of the things the first thing I look at when I open Telegram.
Did you see the new folder?
Can someone explain how this is useful?
Okay, so I didn't think it was useful because I thought to myself, I was expecting it to be implemented a little bit differently than that. Okay. But for example, now I have 40 billion Telegram groups, right? But I made a list of Biddle admins to where I have 5, 6, 7 people in there that I can just click on that and I can instantly get a hold of those types of people. And that's where it comes in handy.
Okay. Well, I did like that it had personal and it separated out just individuals from all chats. So that I think that was kind of interesting. But the thing about the desktop client that kind of drives me crazy is I follow a lot of groups where I'll go in if I'm interested in reading it, but a lot of times I'm not going to, and I just want to be able to mark them read. And so I'll literally open my phone just so I can go in and select multiple conversations, say mark it. Because otherwise I've got 5,000 unread, indicators. And it's, I was hoping that by doing the folders, that meant I could create a like lower priority folder group and then be able to just contain it. But you ended up with unread, which was still everything. Yeah, I played with it for, I don't know.
Well, I like the unread because it does give you all of the unread, which I don't need to see the other 40 groups that haven't mentioned anything. But the personal doesn't seem to work great because it almost includes everything you have in your regular chat. And then you have to go in and remove people. Like I have, for me, the personal put everybody in there that I have, including groups, just not individuals, just complete groups. And I have to go in and delete them now. It's like, really?
Yeah. If for me, Rocco, it put all the DMs into the personal in one big folder, and I don't know. It's the notifications on the desktop client are kind of lacking because it's sort of an all or nothing proposition.
But I do like it. For example, like I made one for like a certain set of groups, like maybe say distros, like distro chats, like say Ubuntu and Kubuntu's chat and this one and that one, and so that I can, if I want to maybe pick certain people out, I can put them in a group. That's awesome, but it's still not perfected. So,
and maybe this is just the first iteration, and we see different things from here. I don't know.
They got
Hopefully.
a big check to pay, so we'll see what they do.
Yeah. Who else do we have? Donnie Hannah. See you, Donnie.
I think, to be honest, I don't need them folder features because I'm not in that many groups.
You're a smart man.
I have Biddle, I have Linux for Everyone, I have James' Solus group, the food group, Linux Lads, and Dark One, and that's about it.
Yeah, I went on a tear for a while and joined a bunch of groups, and I get this feeling that because you can see when people leave a group, that it a little.
It's weird, dude.
Yeah, there's
I don't like that.
There's like a connotation to it, right? It means that I've somehow made a judgment, and it's like it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm in too many groups, and and also that so many of the same people are in
the same
groups.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't need to see cross chat.
I had left a group, and then I got immediately the message of why I left that group, and I was like, I wasn't trying to leave just because it's not like, man, I hate you guys, I'm out of here. You know what I mean? But I was going through my groups, and I was removing some that I haven't, connected with anybody for a while. So it was like, and then no big deal.
I think the main two I hang out on most is Biddle and Linux for Everyone.
Well, I got too many. Way, way, way too many. Just saying.
All right. Someone said hello from Serbia. I believe it's Elijah. I apologize if I'm butchering that. It looks like Ilija. Elijah? I'm going to say it that way. You can yell at me if I'm wrong, but thank you for saying hello. It's good to see you. Joe Panico.
Eric for money pronounced the last name.
Kuzmanovic. That's actually not hard.
Oh, you're better than me. I would have really butchered it.
I've got some Polish and Slovak in me, so
that Western Pennsylvania coming out in you.
Yeah. Get some fried chicken from the fire hall. That was the.
Yeah, that sounded more southern. Like that
It did. See, I've lived in the South for 2. No, it comes out though, because I'll have people comment on videos and things, and they'll say, "So, what part of Western PA are you from?" Give it away.
Yins.
I don't say yins. You know what's hilarious to me? My cousin, he spells Pittsburghese in his texts to me, which I think is fantastic. What are yins doing? And I'm like, you really wrote yins. I love it. And he'll say Don, and spell it phonetically. And it's, I guess, you got to go with.
Got to go with the flow, man.
Got to go with it, man. But Rocco, I know you get called out on it too. So
I get called out on it. They say I have an accent. I don't. I mean, I'm drinking good old.
I ain't got no accent.
Good old fashioned water.
Wooder, yeah, he can be a wooder.
You got the Pennsylvania Dutch accent.
What are you talking about, Bill? I ain't got no accent. But yeah, I get called out on it.
Simon's lurking. Kind of people. Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm doing good, Joe. If you're feeling up to it, head on in. We'll be here a long time. I'm not going anywhere. So, if you're ready, Steve's very own Take Care All female therapist, Steve. There he is. I knew I'd coax you in.
Hey, Joe.
That's the Florida connection coming.
He's remiss for not hooking up. This was just when I started on Biddle, and he had just been here at that time of year last year. And so after we started talking, and he like, "Where are you from?" And I'm like, "Sarasota," and he's like, "Really?" And he starts naming all these places, and I'm like, "How do you know that? You stalking me, Joe?"
You talking about me?
Yes, I'm talking about.
I just jumped in. I didn't hear my audio working, so I didn't hear everything.
Talking about you stalking me, man.
Yeah, I'm stalking. Well, what made me feel worse is I spent a couple days shy of a month down there this last summer, and I could have got together had I known.
Just missed each other. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, Peter. Hey, Peter. Good to see you. Our mayor Peter just put out a YouTube video about donating to All Faiths Food Bank. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing okay. I'm leaving the camera off because I'm in a different room, which is quite messy right now. So I don't want everybody seeing it.
That's okay. No pressure, man. No pressure. How's the grandbaby?
Well, everything I know of is doing good. I still haven't had I can't see him, obviously. I mean, other than maybe through a camera when my daughter can connect us, but it sounds like he's doing pretty good. Matter of fact, I tried to see if I could FaceTime today and he was sleeping, so she figured maybe later on we'll get a chance to. But I guess he's gaining a little bit of weight and stuff like that. So yeah.
Was he 2 weeks?
No, not quite. He was a week on Wednesday, I think, right? I'm losing track of my days. He was born on the 18th.
I know. The days are so long right now. It's like I get up and by the end of the day, I'm like, was that yesterday that I don't even remember anymore. Yeah.
You know, it's got to be 2 weeks then, right? I'm losing, honest to God. Wait.
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks.
I think so.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Telegram yes, Peter.
I took care of that, Eric.
Oh. Hey, Bill, have you been doing any testing by any chance?
I mean, the only thing we did is launch a beta and then redo the entire website this week.
Yeah.
It has. We've done nothing. It's just been drinking scotch and
it's all
slacker.
Low-key. All low key.
Yeah,
slacker, right? Yeah, no kidding. I'm just kidding.
And
well, I was going to go to bed at a normal hour last night, and at 2 o'clock I see EB jumps on, and they're streaming for a little bit, so I get down that rabbit hole. And I look at the clock at 3. I go, I got to get to bed. They're playing World of Warships. They start on ETS or ATS, and man, it's real hard to keep a schedule with this going on now too, isn't it? Of some sort.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bill. I mean to cut you off.
No, you didn't. It is funny. It is funny.
No, you didn't cut me off. The only thing I was going to say, Joe, is that so if you're paying any attention, there was a big yesterday was supposed to be the big release day, and there were a few issues that cropped up throughout the entire series of flavors, and a lot of people were just like, oh, where's my beta? There were a lot of people doing a lot of hard work to get this out throughout the flavors, throughout Canonical, the entire Ubuntu team. So hats off to everybody that worked on this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I downloaded the Ubuntu after seeing Alan's video, so I'm gonna try to run that a little bit too and see.
And, I mean, a lot of that goes back to what the GNOME guys and the back and forth between Ubuntu and the GNOME guys, and 3.3.6 is really, really sweet.
You know, I have to say, the new Yaru theme, it has to be probably the best looking GNOME theme out there at the minute now. I mean, that theme is beautiful.
The Yaru theme?
Yeah, the new one.
You know,
with those gray icons.
Yeah, it is. It especially if you're using dark mode, it is particularly attractive. But I'll tell you what, I'm on Arch right now, and I'm using Adwaita Dark, and it's good too. I really never gave Adwaita much of a chance, and I'm digging it. The cream color folders are a little brighter, a lot brighter, but I don't know why. I just always would jump in because that's the default theme. I just immediately change it, and now I'm just sort of giving it and my whole stance on dark themes, now that I'm literally in it all the time, light themes are just. I've done Dark Reader on my browsers and gone to the dark side.
They do have cookies. The dark side has cookies. Come
on. I thought the dark side had cake.
We got to get this right, dude. You can't be talking about cake and cookies. Got to get it right.
Yeah, but the cake is a lie.
Okay.
Portal reference.
Indeed.
So Rocco, are you still active with the volunteering too for the department?
I have actually been cutting back, Joe, because of lack of a better word, politics.
Oh, I see.
So yeah, I've been backing off as far as training and all that stuff. So
okay, I was just wondering if you were kind of being, on the first responder list with everything going on. That's all. I was just curious.
Well, it's a long story, and it started before now. So yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
Any surprises, Bill? Anything like out of the ordinary, or is this just working through the normal release process?
Do you mean in 2004 in general, or for Mate?
Just anything. I mean, is it anything like? I mean, this is a big deal because it's an LTS. So.
I mean, it's a really big deal. The highlight is on the big side is the GNOME desktop and the whole underneath portion that they've done. And still it's probably not going to get ZFS support official on the release date. I just don't see that happening. There's still workarounds and a few issues here and there and that's a big deal. I mean, because you get somebody using ZFS and it's not working right, they can lose all of their data. So, but I mean, there's that whole thing right now. The 5.6 kernel just dropped and it's on the 5.4 kernel, but there's going to be some backporting like WireGuard. I'm pretty sure that's getting backported into the 5.4 kernel. And I mean, everything is really nice. It's solid. They did not a rush, but there was a rush to put stuff in right before the beta got frozen so that more testing could get focused on it. And there is a group, one of the Ubuntu guys kind of is leading it up, a Ubuntu testing for all of the flavors. And so there's a little bit more of a push for everyone so you're going to use, let's say you're using Ubuntu Mate. Well, why don't you just spread that love around and test Ubuntu, test Ubuntu Studio, test Ubuntu, so that we can get more eyes looking on everything. Because if you see something somewhere, it might have ramifications for all of the flavors, or it's just also that giving back. There's a lot of work being put into it, and sometimes you're not getting as many eyes on certain things, and it's great if the Ubuntu guys see something that's going on with their flavor that they may not be seeing. And if you've got like the Ubuntu guys, Chris Guevere does so much testing, and there's so many unsung heroes just throughout. And we know Dan, we have such a relationship with Dan, and he does so much stuff. So there's just a lot of work, and I just encourage everybody to test. And you don't have to, I work on Mate, love you to test Mate, but just test whatever you like and just see if you see something that we may miss, especially if you have some specialized hardware.
Well, I don't, just because it's just us here and, it's just us and nobody's listening. I would like to offer up some conversation we had yesterday, Bill, for testing. It is something that anybody can do, but it's not as simple and out front as it could be, or maybe should be. Like I was doing some of the ISO questionnaire things on the ISO QA thing, and just to give you just a glimpse of what happened, and how somebody else would maybe, it doesn't have any context, would probably not be able to test. And that is where you test everything on the live CD, or the live USB. And so I open up the video player and I can't get it to play anything. Well, obviously it's because the codecs are not installed on the live CD because nothing's installed yet. But the test actually says to open up the default applications to make sure they work. Well, I can't make sure it works until I can play a video. And so then I go into this whole rabbit hole of trying to figure out which video player it is, because obviously it's not called Videos. And then, I messaged one other person. I messaged Bill and I said, hey, what's the video player? And we talked about it and everything. And then I said to him, well, then I go down this rabbit hole. Well, how do I even list out what's on my computer? Like, how do I find out what the video player is? Is there an easy way to do that? Is there a command line option to do that? And Bill had suggested, turning it on, putting HTOP on and turning it on and seeing what comes up. And I also found that you can do the command line for list installed applications. I ended up finding it there as well. But it's the idea. This was a total of about an hour or more testing this out, just trying to get through just basic stuff like that. And that's why I said we definitely want people to test things out. But if you're not in the know and you don't have a lot of contacts, there can be obstacles to it.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Bill.
No, go ahead, Joe, please.
Well, I had an experience today since I downloaded that ISO, and I didn't know if it would be worth mentioning yet because, again, I wanted to try it on a different machine as well. I'm in another room with my little cube workstation. It's that ASRock 110 Mini W. It's a pretty decent machine. It's got an i5 7500 in it. It's got 16 gigs of RAM, so it's not a slouch by any means. And I went to boot in to the USB today just to run it live. And I remember from the previous, before the beta was out, I tried running the Focal version. And I remember it was like a black screen with the circular loading, and then it shows, the different things that are loading up. My screen was just flashing, just flickering. And I could see it doing something every time it flashed on, but it was flickering. So again, I'm going to try it on a couple other machines or try it on here again. And I did check it's a newer USB flash drive, and I've put a few distros on and off it, but it hasn't been that many. So I'm curious if it is if that's potentially a bug, that maybe that needs to be talked about or what. But I want to wait before and see if it happens again. I guess I'd like to get your thoughts on something like that, because that's the first time I've experienced that.
Well, I mean, it's definitely not the ideal situation, because some of that depends. Like, if it's flickering like that, that tends to look at a video issue. So, is it an NVIDIA card? Is it an AMD card? And stuff like that. It makes sense if it's during the install and it fails like that to boot into the live and run the Ubuntu bug. And I believe that's going to be Ubiquiti, or it could be Calamares if it's a Kubuntu or Lubuntu, and then just let that go and put down what happened and what your hardware specs are.
Yeah, vanilla. It's just vanilla Ubuntu, and this is an integrated graphics, so it's not a dedicated.
So with Intel?
Yes.
So if it's a completely updated beta ISO, then it's totally something that you should open a file a bug for.
Okay.
And it's one of those things, how do I say this? Don't just file bugs for the heck of it, but don't feel bad about filing bugs, because a bug is not telling the developer you messed up and you're not doing your job right. It's telling the developer there's an issue with something that I'm seeing. And the developer cannot know if you don't open a bug. So there's not really a negative. Now, yeah, you can do it and you can be the troll person. You're not, but you can do it and it's like, oh, I'm just going to open up bugs for the heck of it because I'm a bad person. But you're not doing that. And that's the thing we want to get to everybody. If there's an issue, report it, let us know, put the details in, because that's the only way that can get fixed. And that's what the beta week really is focus towards. You know, you've had feature freeze, you've got a lot of stuff in. What you're seeing right now in this week is focus right to the release. And the more you let us know, the more can get fixed.
Well, and don't assume that because you're seeing it that everyone else is too. So I think Adam proved that with 1910, where he found that issue with what was
Steam. That was Steam. Adam's not paying attention, so
I totally am. I did find it.
What was it? Steam? Is that what you know? It was something.
Yeah, it was the 32-bit issue. The foreign
right.
architecture wasn't enabled. So if you tried to install any 32-bit software, it would just fail.
Yeah, and I mean, so Adam could have easily just said, "Oh, well, I'm sure they'll figure this out," but he didn't. He was like, "Wait a minute, and that was pretty close to launch."
Yeah.
And he was like, "Wait, I don't know about this," and and he happened to reach out to Popey, or no, Popey saw your stream or something.
Yeah.
And that was just it. That's how these things get found. So it's like, to Bill's point, don't be apathetic about if you try something and you find a bug. If you use Ubuntu bug, it's going to try to find and see if there's already a bug there, and match up against it. But that doesn't mean just because it's the same sub component or whatever, that it's the same issue, right? You still have to kind of it's a little bit of a commitment, I guess, but for an LTS, I think it's doubly important to do. So,
well, the other thing that crossed my mind was, I thought, do I just try a different USB, see if it does it with a total fresh download of another one, just to make sure before I'm jumping in to file a bug on something, because there's always that possibility that maybe the download got corrupted or something. And I ran it on my main machine. That's usually where I do all my downloads. I didn't do it on here on this specific machine. And I thought, does it make a difference if I do it on this machine? There's so many things I wanted to try first before jumping on the cart and saying there's a problem. It was a fluky thing. I've never had that happen before. But, again, there could be a lot of factors in there, and I realized that. That's why I thought I'd put it out there and ask about it.
So, Joe, there is a change to the in 2004 now, where there's a checksum that's done automatically when you load off the USB. So it will check the consistency of the ISO to make sure that there are no errors.
Oh, okay.
So that's one of the big things. Walter of Lubuntu was really big on having users do the checksum. Some of that has gone into this built in. You can cancel out of it, but you'll see it. It'll be on the screen. It'll be going right. You'll see a little progress bar.
I like that it does that. Yeah.
Yeah. And can we just take a moment to give them a thumbs up for doing that? I'd like to see more distros actually,
especially during this phase of downloading pre-releases. That should absolutely just happen.
And that might be what I was seeing, like I said, in the flick, because I remember when I loaded the previous version up before. This was a couple weeks ago or something. I tried it, and I remember seeing that progress bar, and I remember seeing, like I said, the circular activity. And that's how I knew what to expect, even though it was flashing, because I knew what was going on behind there. I knew it was still doing something. I didn't wait for it to finish, though, because I just thought, okay, there's a problem, and I just stopped, and that might have been a mistake in itself. I should have maybe just let it load and see what it did. But at the same token, there's one other factor here on this machine, too, is I'm on Peppermint OS 10 right now, the respin, but I also have, it's a dual boot with Windows, which I rarely ever run that. The machine was originally built with Windows on it to actually sell it at the time, and then the person changed their mind. So I do leave it on there, and I thought, there's still always a possibility, maybe it didn't like something that way too. I don't know, but I'll play with it a little bit more to make sure that it's truly a problem, I guess is what I'm saying. I want to make sure it's not that I did something on a download, or if the USB drive has a hiccup with it or whatever. And if it does it again, then I certainly will put something forward right away.
Okay. So I just want to say hi. Hey, Electron, good to see you.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. Good. Thanks for joining in. Been reading your intro posts and stuff on the forum, and
I haven't had much time for that kind of stuff. It seems like working from home, I do more work than I do when I work from the office.
That's the secret.
Yep.
That is the secret, especially if you have a quiet environment where you can actually focus on things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I told my employer that years ago. Like they had said something like the kind of the first wave of virtualized employees, and they were like, you know, we're not sure about this and how it's going to work and how do we know? And I'm like, trust me, you send me home, I'll work. You're going to get way more productivity out of me than being.
Yeah.
So excellent. Well, thanks for joining in. How's your week been? You're working from home, obviously.
Yeah, working from home, really, really busy. I'm just glad it's Friday.
Yeah.
Are you going to join us for Biddle tomorrow?
I might.
Nice. I like it.
How's that for non-committal? It could happen. Who knows?
It could happen.
Eric, can I go back to what we were talking about with Rocco? And I'd like to get your guys' opinions on this. So when Rocco messaged me, he was like, he has GNOME and it says video player. And he doesn't know, is this Parole? Is this Totem? Is this VLC? Is this Celluloid? And it's not just Ubuntu and GNOME. It's throughout the industry where your file manager says files. It doesn't tell you it's Thunar or Kaja. So for a normal user, it becomes a little difficult.
Yeah.
Is there a better way for us to do this, do you think? Or is it better to have...
We are the only ones that care about that. Understand that that's the reality. So a user, right, the mythical user, they see video. They're like, hey, I bet that plays videos. They don't care what it is. You know, music. Oh, it plays music, right? Files. It opens files. They don't know it's Nautilus. They don't care. And I think that's kind of what they're doing right in GNOME, is finally kind of saying enough of this esoteric naming convention stuff. Like, this is our standard tool for this purpose. Let's just call it what it is.
But my suggestion would be, why can't we have each program, each developer, just like there's a help or an about page in 99% of all programs, why can't we make it not mandatory, but I mean, why can't we strongly suggest that there be a link to wherever that needs to be to report a bug for that particular program in each program?
Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. Now I see.
So I don't have to go search to see whether this is an Ubuntu problem or whether it's a videos problem. Or...
Well, here's the thing. So if any of these programs, if you were to use the about or the help, so I just open videos. When I do that, it says videos, also known as Totem. So it's telling you what it is. And most of especially the GNOME applications will do that. So if you go under help, there'll either be a help or an about, and it will list the actual name of the application.
So where is the about in videos?
Under the triple bar menu.
Your hamburger menu?
I don't have about.
No, go to help.
Okay.
And literally the first thing it says, videos, also known as Totem.
Oh, well, you got to read, dude. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Oh, brother.
I mean,
reading's not fundamental.
I mean, no, the reason I skip by that is because I'm looking for an about.
Okay.
So
fair enough.
But I didn't go to the help section. I wouldn't think to go to the help section to find the name.
Well, no, you're right. Because if I go to, let's say, gedit, there is a help and an about. And if I do about, then it shows me gedit.
Right.
Because it's just called text editor, right?
Right.
And you wouldn't know that. So you're right. That is inconsistent, but I think videos is also pretty new. So maybe they just...
Well, again, I think we still kind of strongly suggest that there be a link in that about for every program to say, here's where you report a bug with this program. That way it takes down the guesswork so much.
So Rocco, you're basically saying that we're going to reduce the gatekeeper effect by having the information easily available in that. And I think that's a good idea, because there is still gatekeeping. I mean, you have to admit it. It's still there.
Yes, but when you're going to report a bug, what's the first thing that you really have to do? You got to find out where to report it. Where do I report this bug? And there's so many different ones from different distros to different applications. And so it would be so simple to just say, hey, report a bug right here.
I agree.
I definitely agree, but the problem you're going to get too is then when you add stuff in. So if I added in out of, let's say for like Monte in general, we build packages that go into Debian, and the packages also come into Ubuntu.
Mm-hmm.
So then you'd have to make some changes. So this is going to go to Launchpad, or this is going to go to GitHub. And if somebody else grabs that package, well, then maybe we do it in Bugzilla, and we use GitLab, or we use some other esoteric.
Well, because I don't know
thing.
the structure, Bill, of what you're talking about, like the inside structure of the packaging, whether it's a Debian or whatever. Isn't there something in that code that says this is a Debian package? Isn't there something
There is, but what you're thinking at is you're putting work to people that are already overworked, right? So what's the incentive if I'm just going to grab a package, let's say, right, and throw it into my distro? And Fedora might do this. So I'm not trying to say Debian, but if I grab a package, I'm going to have to make changes myself, and then I have to keep up with those changes. And that just becomes this. You think about what that means. You think it's really simple. We just make this little text edit. But when another development comes out that might change something, I got to remember to do that. And then I've got to remember to do that for OpenSUSE.
Wouldn't it be more static though than that, Bill? I mean, you're not changing it for different. You're not changing the code for different packages. You're just,
you're going for a belt. A belt help for this application. And if there's a change in that code base, it may change how that all works. The interface may change. And what if you're it's really simple what you're saying, but the whole aspect of it. So what if my development team forgets to do that? And so
that would be considered a bug.
Yeah, but they're pushing all of their stuff to GitLab, right? So people are opening up this product in GitLab, and why am I not getting any bug information? And somebody comes back to Fedora and goes, oh, we don't use that, but we're grabbing the package that has it on the GitHub repository where we built this out. It says about GitLab. It's very complex, and I'm going over deep. I understand what you're saying, and I agree it would be a great solution. I just don't see how it's easy to implement throughout the entire multiverse.
Bill, I'm not an expert, so I don't know how easy it is to implement. It may be the hardest thing ever to implement.
No, it's not the hardest thing. I stayed at a Holiday Inn last night, so I'm not an expert.
I'm just saying, if you want to break down the barriers of reporting bugs, there would be nothing better than to drop that whole step of trying to find out where I report this bug, and it would save so much time.
No, I agree. Ubuntu bug. So I will say that Ubuntu does make it easier in many cases, until you get the Launchpad, but that's another. From the desktop, it's a lot easier to run Ubuntu bug space package. Right? That's really cool. It's going to gather all the info.
If you know the package name, yes, that would be
if you know, and you're right. And that, so if there was a way to pipe the application through some sort of button, or maybe like, what if you used, what's that tool where you can click on the window title and it'll give you the name of the application? Anyway, there are absolutely ways to identify like which application am I trying, or maybe from the menu, or maybe there's something that comes up and it shows you the installed applications on your system. There's probably just a more straightforward way. And I agree. The 3 or 4 bugs that I found when I was initially testing several weeks ago, the one I had to really dig to figure out, like, okay, where does this belong? And I know there are people that are watching bugs come in and they'll triage and stuff like that, but I literally went. So, I went to the var folder to look and see what bugs were there. And it is still a challenging process for most people to report bugs. And hopefully the more times I say this, Popey will just magically appear and then we can pick on him about it. But he's done a great job of, I think, putting out information on how to do it. And and by the way, Bill, thanks for the heads up. Apparently, Wimpy put a link to my video for Z-Sync in the release announcement for Monte.
I put that in there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I was like, well, okay. So thank you, Bill. But yeah, I was like,
It's a well done video, Eric, and I think it's short, concise, tells you exactly what to do. I think you did a really good job, and that's why I linked it.
thank you, Larry. Yes, X prop. That's exactly what I was trying. Yeah, well, thank you for that. Yeah,
I think we need to roll back those compliments, man. Let's not
much.
let's not
Too much.
inflate Eric here.
My head's gonna get even bigger. Here it goes.
Yeah. I mean, he's already filling the cam.
That's because I have literally 3 feet of space between the walls. And
Yeah, you're like, hey guys.
there's nowhere else for me to go. Actually, it's because I don't have any space behind. I'm using.
Is it hot in there?
It's hot. I have a little fan that's blowing on me, but it's not enough.
Imagine if you had like a gaming laptop and you were playing a game.
I'm offloading the streaming to my desktop in the office.
Pass out.
Yeah. So fortunately, I at least it's only dealing with new draw I'm in. It's only running the OBS client, pushing it out, and then Zoom itself is
Are you just doing it with NDI?
You know what? Anytime I turn on my webcam too, I don't know if you guys have this, but I have a C922. Any application that uses webcam, whether it's Zoom or OBS or anything like that, it's instant fans on, like whatever it's doing. There just must be a lot of CPU overhead to run.
No, my GPU takes care of that.
Yeah, smug much?
So Adam, how much dying are you doing in Borderlands?
I quit because I was doing a lot of it. Yeah. I'm kind of I'm not under level, but I'm under geared for what I'm doing. So
Aren't there cheat codes? You can just buff yourself up.
yeah, that'd be nice, but
I'm more into the Division at the moment than Borderlands.
I don't have anyone to play with, so the Division by yourself is pretty boring.
I
you get
can
McGee
do a
on
bit
there?
of matchmaking.
Do you matchmake on Stadia?
There's crossplay, so you can matchmake
Oh,
across
that's right.
Windows
Yeah.
and Stadia. So
Yeah, I was thinking, man, last time I tried to do matchmaking on Stadia, I just gave up after an hour because no one was there.
yeah, having
was
that
on Destiny.
crossplay on the Division now is useful.
Yeah,
I just wish Destiny had the same thing.
no kidding. Destiny needs it bad. Meanwhile, Rocco's paying for Stadia Pro and not using it
Not using it.
because Call of Duty isn't on Stadia.
Why not?
Ask Activision. They want more money. That's what they want.
Yep.
They're like, oh yeah, we'll sell the game on Stadia for $200 a piece, and then still have microtransactions.
Crazy.
Well, if Stadia doesn't get more games soon, then I'll be probably
They got-
canceling.
They got a good bit of games. Maybe just not Call of Duty.
Well, that's
Do they have
important.
Rocket League?
No one wants to play Rocket League anymore. It left Linux, so we need to just abandon it, right?
Kind of like Call of Duty.
Well, Call of Duty was never on.
The
Linux,
question is,
so
could I play Stadia while talking to you guys? That's the question.
Of course.
Sure.
I've played Stadia while talking on Discord. So.
Does your horse and buggy internet support that, Rocco?
I have Comcastic internet around here, dude. So
Comcastic. Woo.
mhm, you know.
Barn raising every 5 minutes.
Don't forget your orange triangle.
Uh-oh. Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal. It's on Stadia.
It is, yeah.
It looks
it's
so sick, but a little
Fair
too
old
scary.
price.
It looks scary. It does.
It's a fair old price too.
It's only $89.99 for the bundle, the deluxe bundle.
Yeah, I've been playing it a little bit on Linux.
What do you
it's,
think?
It's pretty good. It brings me back to the good old Doom days, really. But it's a little scary, and it's a little the gore, I'd say, is a little over the top.
Yeah.
I'm going to make an
Did you-
admission.
Did you have any issues running it, like starting it, like getting it to run, I should say?
No, not really. I had some issues with crackling audio. I'm using the Glorious Eggroll Proton, custom Proton, and I had a little bit of problems with crackling audio, but playing around with some of my Pulse audio settings, I was able to fix that.
Nice. You are the first person that I've ever heard say they played around with Pulse and actually fixed something. Yeah, it's usually I break stuff when I mess around with Pulse.
Yeah, it took me about 2 hours, but I was able to get some settings that worked.
Sounds more like a Discord thing. And they fixed, I don't know about you guys, but they seem to have fixed that in Discord, because I haven't had crackling in a while with that.
Oh yeah,
No,
all
I
I get
haven't
now in
either.
Discord is random crashes.
And that Valve Index is expensive. Have you got that VR headset? It's like $1,000.
Yeah, it is really expensive.
But don't you
I don't want to spend $1,000 to barf some more. I had an Oculus Rift, and all it made me want to do after I got like sick on it once. I didn't throw up, but I almost did, and then I couldn't play it anymore because all I could think of was getting sick. But it was really fun though. VR is pretty awesome.
You're a
But,
great salesperson for that,
I'll
Adam.
say.
No, I keep it real. Should I buy VR? Do you like puking?
It's funny how different people are either they're sensitive to it or they're not.
A lot of people are sensitive to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
the only thing about VR that would interest me is the idea of flying spaceships.
Oh yeah. Then you're gonna barf. Oh yeah.
No Man's Sky on VR on PS4 is amazing.
Elite
Yeah.
Dangerous.
I loved
Yeah.
Elite Dangerous on the Oculus Rift. It was awesome.
Yeah, but like Half-Life is out for that or whatever, and I can't imagine. I don't know if that would take the fun out of the game by having to actually manually do the.
Yeah, if you're
play
out of
Call-
shape, it'll take the fun out real fast.
No, but I play Call of Duty and I hit R when I run a reload, dude. I don't want to have to pull down here and pick, like.
It's really fun. There was a game I had on the Oculus. There's a game I had on the Oculus called Robo Recall, and it was like kind of like there were just waves of robots that you had to kill or whatever, and yeah, you had the weapons, and you had to pull them like out of your holster with the controllers and fire, and then when you were done with them, you just threw them away and pulled out more. And like it was
I had
really
the original.
fun.
I had the original VR, and that was Duck Hunt. With
Yeah.
with your face right up on the screen.
with the pistol, dude.
Right
You-
on the screen.
You were one of those people that put the barrel on the screen, weren't you? Like we know your kind.
I could never do one of those, because yesterday we played Xenotic with DT, and there were 25 of us inside the server they were playing, and it was so fast moving, and there's a couple maps. I got queasy on the ones you fall off of, so I could never do one of those Oculus.
I remember I was a teenager at the time, and I was playing Quake 2, and I tried to introduce my dad to it because he had never really played games, and like so he's in his bedroom on his computer playing Quake, and I'm in mine, and we're playing like a LAN, and I noticed like I killed him a few times where he's just standing there, so I'm thinking, oh, he's still trying to figure out controls or something. Then I take my headphones off, and I just hear like overall like in his room, and I went and checked on it. He totally barfed. He's like, man, I guess that food didn't agree with me or something. I was just not feeling good. And then like he's like, give me a second. And so he laid down for about half an hour, and then he got back up. We started playing again. Same thing. Fought like not even a minute in, throwing up again. And I was like, you okay? He's like, that game all these games just make me sick. And now he can't. Like he tries to play Minecraft with my nephew, and he can only play for like 5 minutes before feeling sick.
That's in VR? I missed the
No, that's
beginning.
just like normal.
Oh,
like,
just normal.
playing.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've-
Just like first person kind of stuff, like
Mhm.
the camera movements gets him pretty sick pretty fast.
I hadn't played a first-person shooter in a long time, and I played Battlefield 5, and my field of view was wrong. And it didn't make me sick, but it definitely made me feel really weird. Like it wasn't right.
I find if the field of view is too tight, I tend to feel a bit queasy. I have to put the field of view way out.
So what have people been doing with themselves? Are we using this time constructively?
I don't think this is a place for me to talk about that.
Hey, ask and you shall receive, right? There you go. Okay, maybe we'll pick another topic. No, someone had said, I don't know, I was being optimistic and I was like, well, maybe this is a good time for you to, read all those books or do the house projects or I don't know.
Or play some Call of Duty.
Steam backlog.
Yeah. That's been me, just video games and work.
Or test some Ubuntu's out.
Yeah. Well, Eric, I think it's that stress level that it's hard to. It would be different if you were just working from home and everything was normal, but there's so many little outside forces that are making constructive thought harder. And
creative thought, absolutely. The energy to want to do something. Yeah, no, I get that because I basically took the last week off, in case anyone hasn't noticed. Like I stayed off social media. I wasn't on Telegram. I wasn't making videos. Like I needed a break, and it had nothing to do with any of those outlets. I felt completely overwhelmed, and I wasn't feeling very well, like health wise either. And like it was just everything together was. I mean, I recorded DL and Extend last Wednesday. Not 2 days ago, like 9 days ago. And I just got it done editing. I mean, it just took me, I'd sit here and I would get through 5 minutes of it. And I was just like, I can't do this. Like, I can't, I'm not feeling it,
Dude,
And-
I've been procrastinating on the Linux Spotlight episode. It was recorded last week. And I had from Monday, I usually start trying to put little pieces into it, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And I do the bulk of the editing either on Friday or Saturday, but I just couldn't do it this week. It was just, I had felt the same exact way.
Yeah.
Well,
Colin's on.
Well, someone who hasn't been lacking in creativity, Colin put out a video on GNOME. And actually, I had to ask him what he used to edit it because I wasn't familiar with the zooms and stuff like that, and he used Blender to do it. I was pretty impressed by that. I don't even know if he can hear me yet. Doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it. Oh,
okay.
No, I can. So
He's just making it look like he can't hear you.
Yeah.
he's
Joins the
very,
streams
too
and then
important.
ignores me. You're right.
Too
very
important.
relaxed.
I'm just
Wow.
here, guys. Just
Jeez.
don't bother with me.
I just woke up, by the way, so give us a chance.
He looks like he's doing one of Paul's. Remember, when he does the loop and you think he's sitting there doing nothing or just staring, and you realize
It is tough sometimes to tell. Is that Paul's screenshot or is
That
he
is so funny, dude. Every time I'm cracking up.
Yeah. Well, the best is when he looks like he doesn't move. He goes, "Oh, I just put it on a loop." So okay.
Well, I can never tell. So anyway, yes,
Thank you.
Colin, that was a great video. You were very detailed. I love the before and afters. Like, great
Thank you,
job
Eric.
on that. Yeah.
Took me a bit longer than I expected, actually, but I kept, when you make a video and then you have to go back in and redo a couple of things in between, which I hate doing. When you make a video and then you have to go back in and redo a couple of things in between, which I hate doing.
There you go, Derek.
You know how when you say something on Zoom and then it repeats right back to you?
Yeah, what's going
Derek,
on?
I muted you, Derek, because we were getting looped back. Anyway, so yes, I know you do all the. You think you've got everything there. You've got all your prep work done. And you go to lay it out, and you're like,
Yeah. The funny thing was, I was looking at the GNOME release notes, and it didn't say anything about Geary Mail replacing Evolution, although there was a couple of Linux websites that did say that was the case. And I thought it's a bit odd that they didn't have it there. and I didn't know whether to put it in or not because I wasn't sure, but it seemed to be the case anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Sorry
So-
about that. I didn't realize I had a couple windows open. I thought I muted the right one.
No, that's okay. It was just funny because it was like on enough of a delay that he had stopped talking and then it repeated exactly what he had. How's it going, Derek?
Not bad. Did a little bit of grocery shopping, pulled into the parking lot and let them load up my car with groceries.
There you go. That is the.
Were you successful at getting everything you ordered, or?
They had to substitute a couple yogurts that they didn't have. They didn't have the peach, so they put strawberry instead. But aside from that, everything else we got. My wife had to go into the store a little bit to be able to get some things like cat food and stuff like that. They can't do that for some reason.
They
We
can't. We just didn't order it.
Oh, well, there is that. Yeah. What? They don't have psychic shopping yet?
No, I know they don't.
They don't. They haven't really. There hasn't been a shortage of things, but they are enforcing. Publix is the grocery chain by us, and they're enforcing 2 of anything. You can't get more than 2, which is really ridiculous because they're still doing like buy one get one sales and things like that. So it's like, well, what if I needed more than it? It's everything. It's not just like select things, which you'd think, okay, you can't hoard, important things. Nope. If you like, I drink like seltzer, which is just in a 2-liter bottle, and we don't want to go every other day, to grocery shopping. So I'm like, well, just pick some up so then you don't have to go out. She's like, they'll only let me buy 2. I'm like, it's ridiculous. Like who? And so anything in the store, yeah, you get 2 of, and that's it. So
that sounds like the wrong way to limit, because you don't want people going. They probably want certain things that they eat, and you don't want them going every few days.
Exactly.
It'd be better just to limit maybe how much you spend on each visit, and let you get get whatever you want.
What if I have a recipe that calls for 4 cans of something?
Well, well, Eric,
Something else, dude.
Think about the size of the families around here and what because we have the 2 limit thing in all the stores. So
in case you don't know, Bill's in Utah.
I mean, that's a legitimate thing. If you can buy 2
is.
cans of beans and you have a family of, it's not unusual to have like 4 to 6 kids here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
You have
it
to
is.
do
It's
2 orders, 2 separate people ordering.
Or go to a different store. It's a really silly.
Well, if you want to hear something really sad, what's going on here, we've been losing, well, of course, I'm sure it's across the country, but we've been losing farms left and right over here, especially the dairy farms. And there's been stories circulating the last few days that they're dumping tankers full of this milk because the grocers are not buying it enough because they're limiting the sales of it to the consumer. It's like if people want to buy it, then let them buy it. But here they're wasting literally tanker loads of this stuff, just dumping it on the ground.
Hey, Joe, so we can give good, helpful, happy news. I think Peter probably is listening. He's still working. Peter Solus Spider, if you know who he is, if you're listening, he works for a food bank in Kentucky, and he's been doing a lot of work. Everybody that is in that organization has been, but he said some of the good stuff that restaurants that have closed and are not able to sell food have donated a bunch of produce and stuff that they're able to get to people in need. So there is still stuff good happening out there, and I want to kind of highlight that.
Yeah,
there is a lot of people that are really working hard to make sure that people in need are getting what they can get.
I had to let Peter's put listening in the YouTube chat.
I don't know if they're doing over here in Australia. I don't know if your sports have been cancelled in America. Have they? All sports?
Oh yeah.
Because
What
have been over
sports?
here, and all the food and drinks and everything that was meant to be for sports, they're actually giving away to the needy. So
Good.
So that's another thing that.
Well, you guys, you had the fires and the sort of a crisis with that back to back with kind of this, and Australia's had a pretty rough year, man.
Yeah, well, you don't hear anything about what's happening with the people with the struggles from the fire, and now you've got this on top of it. Who knows what's happening with those people? Because some of them were homeless after the fires and that. So it's, you don't hear anything about that. Now all you hear is this. That's all you hear about.
I watched this channel called Daily Rant Australia. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
No.
And it's very entertaining. It's just some guy that comes up with some sort of rant, and it's not every day, but it's very entertaining. And what I like about it is it's world stuff, a lot of political stuff, but it's also Australian issues, like about your government and things, and it's things I don't hear from that perspective any other way, and so it's always interesting to me to hear his rants on that kind of stuff. So
I don't need to watch that because that's me every day, my daily rants.
So, Eric, haven't you said that your wife likes to listen to political podcasts?
She's a news junkie.
How can you deal with that right now? Because it drives me. I'm like, I just don't want to hear it.
She starts talking to me and I'm just like, don't. I've basically over the last few months, I've conditioned her that she knows better now than to just, if it's something important that I need to know, like I ask her, please tell me. But if it's just some, he said, she said, political garbage, I don't want to know. And she'll start saying somebody's name, like as if I should know it. Because I'm purposefully ignorant of the political landscape. And so, so she will say, well, this person, and I'm just like, I don't know who that is, and I'm happy that I don't. So I just, and that's
I've been growing sick of the news for the past 3 years steadily. This has been all Brexit, and now we have all COVID.
Yeah. I don't listen to news. I don't normally watch the news, but I now have to watch it to sort of keep up with what's going on, because I think you have to, really, to be honest, because of the nature of the problem. I'll tell you what, my workplace is busier than it's ever been in the 14 years I've been there, because we are a distributor in Perth of Purell and and sanitizers and everything. And it's just walking out the door. I've never seen anything like it. And we're trying to keep the public, keep your distance.
Yeah. Well, I follow local news on basically on Twitter. So I follow the local news stations on Twitter, and they're good about putting out stories. And it's usually just local interest stuff. But if it is important, then they will put out, and so I figure I at least get things that are relevant to me. And if it's important enough, I'm going to hear about it. But yeah, otherwise I don't need to have that in my head. I've got enough to deal with,
And Bill's right. That's why when talking about my new grandson and things like that, I try to talk about happy things. And because as I've had some medical issues too. And one of them recently has been, I've mentioned this before, I've got a loop recorder in my chest that monitors my heart and stuff. And I've actually gotten phone calls from the medical facility that my heart rate's been up real high. So they've increased my medication. And the funny thing is I have monitors here, pulse oxes and stuff like that. And the more I see of this stuff or somebody talking about it, I start feeling the fluttering or whatever. And I put that on and I could watch my heart rate increase. So I've been trying to stay away from it. And like you said, Bill, just keep some happy thoughts, things like that. One thing that I try to do if it's any kind of a contribution at all, aside from donating stuff or whatever, was I had a thought. My son is a radio personality here in town. And I asked my son-in-law, I said, can you talk to your boss over at the radio station and see about maybe who they would reach out to? I said, a lot of people like myself use a CPAP machine. I said, and I know if it's a less critical case, but still needs breathing assistance, I said, could those machines be used because they're more cost effective or potentially modified or whatever? And he didn't think of that. He said, that's an absolutely great idea, his boss, and they're going to look into it and see, because, you're talking a machine that costs a few hundred versus something that's thousands, and if it'll help somebody to breathe, because I can't sleep without it at night. if it'll help people to breathe that need it, that maybe not be quite as critical. There is a difference in the mixture of ventilators and stuff. That would be a wonderful thing, I think, to kind of help get through this. Now, I know it's still not the same happy news or whatever, but to me, it's an upbeat thing that if you can make a difference to come up with even a simple idea, just a thought that turns into something, hey, great,
I have to say I've been enjoying the bird song in the background, so do continue.
Yeah, me too.
So what was the you used to discussing an issue with the Ubuntu before with Joe? I'm not sure what his issue was. I didn't quite get the whole story, but was there a bug or something you came across?
Well, I had downloaded the beta. And I went to boot it up live. Ubuntu 2004, just straight Ubuntu, vanilla Ubuntu. And I put it into this workstation that I'm on right now. I'm in a different room. That's why the camera's off. But and I went to boot into it. And the screen, when it was loading, I could see it doing its load-up process, but it was flashing. The funny thing is, though, I have the latest driver I can get for this, all that stuff. But when I went to expand, and I don't normally see this on any other screen, and this is maybe a caveat to that, Bill, I went to expand the zoom window, and that's kind of getting pixelized. So maybe there's something going on with my machine too with the video. I mean, certainly maybe there's a driver issue or whatever. I don't want, but the flashing, I've never had that happen before when I've loaded up a USB to run it even live on this machine. So I thought, well, so I'm going to try some other things first to make sure before I file a bug that it isn't just something maybe on this end or whatever.
I didn't even know it turned beta, to be honest.
Yep.
When did that happen?
Alan just put a video on.
It was yesterday or today, one or the other.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
It got released today.
It was supposed to be yesterday, right?
Which for Colin,
Right.
I don't know if today is yesterday or tomorrow or which day it is.
I don't
A
think
lot
he
of time
knows either,
travel,
so
so
I don't think he
You're 13 hours ahead.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what day it is, to be honest.
It's Saturday no, it isn't Saturday yet by you.
Yeah,
is it?
it is. Yeah, it is Saturday.
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
So
Yeah.
now I got to
Something
download different images because I got the dailies.
So,
If there's somebody that made a video we were talking about earlier about Z-Sync, and this video would make
Really?
it so much easier for you to not have to download things. I don't know who could have made that video.
I'm gonna have to look this guy up because
Opie.
it sounds pretty interesting.
Another note too, Rocco, to that. There was a question asked. There were only a couple questions or comments on that video. One of them was, can I just update from the testing to the beta, or should I do a fresh install? And basically the answer from Alan, I believe, was you could do either or, but they're looking to get a fresh install to get a true install experience.
absolutely. That's what I'd prefer to do, just to make sure, to see what the installer's like, if any changes. I'd like to do that.
Yeah, and you want to catch as many bugs as possible during the install because you're going to lose people if you have a buggy install.
Right.
Yep.
And you sit there going, please no bugs, please no bugs.
Yeah, no.
I think until Alan really started pumping out some videos lately about different things, we all heard about the testing and we all heard about all these things over the years with the different distros coming out. But for whatever reason, this year, it seems like to be more impactful with how much work really goes into this. And maybe it's because we've learned so much more about these distros and we've met the people behind this. I think it's so impressive. And you realize the amount of pressure to get it out that they must be going under.
So I want to just talk about, I tried to put it in the YouTube chat, but Eric has me blocked for posting links.
Of course.
So
That guy.
we talked about Z-Sync in the video that Eric made, and I linked to that video in the updated website that we did for Mate. And what Z-Sync is it checks the deltas. So let's say you download an ISO from 2 weeks ago. Yes.
What is a delta?
So it checks for the changes. So let's say you downloaded.
Just trying to get you to explain it. That's all.
Okay. So let's say you download Ubuntu 2 weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
and the releases are coming out daily, and now there's a beta. So what you can do is you can run ZSync, and it will check the file you have versus the new release, and it will download only the changes. So your download is so much smaller. And to be honest, like it would be very difficult to do the amount of testing that I do without that tool. And Eric has a video, it's about 4 minutes long, that explains it, and it is such a useful feature.
Nice.
Maybe Eric could link that.
Maybe I could.
I mean, I can't set it up anymore for you, Eric.
Just throwing it out there.
Let's see. Well, I was doing things in the
I know you
background.
were. That's why I gave you a hard time. Because see, this is easy for me because I can just sit here and do nothing.
Isn't it nice?
It is really nice, dude.
You've got all kinds of time now to dust off that old Unity video and make a fresh one of the 2004 come out now.
Dude, that Unity video, I think I still have that Unity video somewhere that never released.
The one that'll never die and go away.
It never will.
You should post that Unity video just for a bit of nostalgia.
That would be funny. That would be funny if I did
You
that.
just watch it and make comments while you're watching it.
That's what I could do, a reaction video to my own video.
You're talking about the Unity video, but did you see, talking about neat things, the new Pine phone that's shipping with UB ports? That is looking really slick.
Yep. It is. Did you see the new Manjaro notebook?
I did. It's so the first time I saw it, I saw the logo and I'm like, is that MX? That's the first thing that I'm like, MX Linux has laptops? And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I was like, that was my first thought. And I'm like, oh man, I love those guys, but that's like the first thing that comes into my head, the MX Linux laptop. So now everybody has to go look it up to see what we're talking about.
Yep.
I haven't looked at
the MX. Wait, MX Linux laptop?
Look at the Manjaro, the new Manjaro laptop, and look at the logo, and it looks like it's MX.
It does.
Okay. Fine, I will.
If there was an MX laptop, I would sell my System 76 for it.
You know, it's really nice seeing the stuff that Kubuntu has been doing with their laptop, with Manjaro now, with the different distros getting spins, and that's really cool. And it's good because it brings good hardware that's a first-class citizen for that. Plus, it brings a little bit of money into those distros.
Yep, agreed.
So have they had any user feedback on the Pine phones that have been out? Have they had any? I haven't really been checking it out.
So I know one person that I actually know that has one, and there are some issues, but it's an incredible amount of work they've done. You can actually make a phone call on it, and you may like, oh, that's nothing, but that's actually a really big deal. There's some audio issues I know that they're still having, and some wireless with certain carriers in the States especially, but it's incredible. We should, because if Rocco, he goes away, we should really ping Dalton to come on Biddle and talk about UB ports and this.
Sure, why not? I tried to harass Dalton to be on Linux Spotlight, but he ignored me.
I think we'll just start harassing him to get him on Biddle at least, because he's been on before. So
I don't believe that, Rocco. If you can get Mark Shuttleworth on there, you can get just about anyone on there, I reckon.
Nah, that was nothing to do with me, brother. That was months of back and forth, but that was all help from Wimpy. So
yeah, okay, yeah.
Don't sell yourself short. You did a great job on that video, man. It really is a wonderful video.
I just hit record, dude.
I finally have left.
You say that so much,
humble.
Rocco.
You are so humble, Rocco.
Just hit record. That's all I do.
You ask some pretty good questions. You have a great conversation. You have that natural flow talking to people, and a lot of people don't have that, and you do it really well.
Yeah, you do.
Well, I think what I like about the Linux Spotlight it's not so much an interview as it is a conversation. It is more conversational.
It's a fireside chat.
That's what it's all about.
Yep.
I have officially left Arch-based Linux.
Oh, you'll get little things. Just ignore them. Sorry.
By the way, I don't use Arch. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
I think that's what he said.
I'm using OpenSUSE.
Did Nate pay you to say that?
No. I wish. That would be
He
nice.
bribed you.
All right. What was I doing? I've got like so many windows open. I'm confused, and my daughter came in. Okay, where is this laptop? Is this it? Is it a tuxedo? Oh, okay.
It
it's
is a
this.
tuxedo.
It is a tuxedo, yeah.
So what were you saying about the icon? I have the picture up now on the screen, I think.
The logo looks like MX when I first had my first glance, and that's all I can see now. Kind of like the FedEx arrow.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, it's flipped around in this picture, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Is that the tuxedo logo?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Dosky can get his face lasered on it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, apparently they'll let you custom laser anything on the front. And on the bezel on the inside.
So while Rocco is here and we're talking about custom laser bezels, what do you think about, since you don't have sponsors, about doing a t-shirt run for Linux Spotlight?
Funny thing you say that, Bill, because right now, as we speak, I am looking into t-shirts for, Biddle, I had a Teespring shop, and, that I didn't like the quality of that stuff. The only thing good out of Teespring was the mugs, which I don't have it on me right now, but the mugs are good. But yeah, I wasn't happy with that. So I am searching for a place to do decent quality merchandise and still have it be affordable for people so that they can buy it and not pay $85 for a t-shirt. So one of the problems I'm running into, though, is the logos that I have. So I haven't been able to get a hold of Carl Snyder, who did the logos for the channel, for Linux Spotlight and everything. And I have some issues with the logos when they're printed on different colored stuff. So like the Linux Spotlight logo looks fine on a black shirt, but on a white shirt, it doesn't look so fine. So I have to get that sorted out first.
Rocco, I'm pretty sure if you can't get in touch with Carl, that if somebody you had on Linux Spotlight with like a cheesy, bacony soundish name would probably be willing to help you.
Okay, so I already talked to Cheese, and he said that he would, he didn't say, yeah, I'll do logos for you, but he offered any help. So yes, I could contact him, but I was trying to, like I said, Carl has been a long-time supporter of the channel, and I've been, I really do like his logos. So I was trying to give him the time to, because I would assume that he's pretty busy right now and stuff. So
The world is really weird.
It is weird right now. So yes, it would make a absolutely awesome logo, and it would probably be nice and updated and cool looking. But I've been trying to give Carl some time. So
I haven't seen him in chat on Biddle for a while either, Carl Schneider, I must say.
Such a great guy too, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
he had not only did like Biddle logos and stuff like that, but he's contributed to pretty much every distro out there with either wallpaper or logos or whatever it may be. He's given a lot in the community.
Yeah, he makes some very beautiful stuff. But I think right now the whole world is so topsy-turvy that it's just, if you're not available, it's completely understandable from any aspect.
Right. So that's
Chicken-
kind of the holdup for merch right now.
Wait a minute.
But
Chicken joins, and it's Ubuntu on Chicken. So I was going to make a joke about, is he running Ubuntu like on his person? And now he's, by the way, I use Arch. What is going on?
Well done.
I installed Arch while we were talking. I, for one, am not surprised by it.
Did you fall in love with Arch?
So I figured I can't like make cracks at it and joke about it if I'm not actually using it. So I figure by using it, I can make all the fun of it I want.
That's how that works. You're fine.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Exactly.
Kevin.
How's it going?
What's happening, brother?
Oh, not much. Just burning some late evening oil.
Late evening oil. It's what 6:30.
Well, it's a
actually
late evening
7:30, Bill?
with regard to work. I will say
Okay.
that much.
Yes,
I
it's
am
late
literally
evening
burning
work time
midnight
on.
oil.
Yes, well, yes, you are, Paul.
I'm glad you guys repeated that because my internet kind of cut out and all I heard was burning the lady and I was like, what?
That's the latest thing we're doing now, Chicken. That's the newest
It's the latest
trend.
way.
What do you
There's
do
no
with
more
witches?
There's no more burning man. It's now burning the lady is what we're doing now.
It's terrible.
Sorry, Eric. I showed up and it all went to crap.
What's okay? It's
I know.
What do we expect, Kevin?
No, we're at 2.5 hours, so we're gonna hit a little lull and then it's gonna shoot back up. That's what's gonna
So-
happen.
By the way, I actually have the Pipe phone.
That's awesome.
I can actually
Nice.
make calls with it. I had no choice because my iPhone started to do the what I like to call in the train the banana thing, where it started to slowly do the curve thing.
Yes.
I can
Wow.
see the inside of it. So I had to, I had to use this.
It actually looks really good. I'm impressed by what they've done with that.
Yeah.
Alex, did you get the case for it?
Yeah, that is on the way. So that should be here whenever it gets here.
That you're right. That is absolutely true. It will be
That's
there
true.
when it gets there.
I mean,
Delays.
No, I know.
it's DHL. I have no control over what
No,
they
it's-
do now.
Yeah, and they did the whole non-essentials thing, right? They're delaying things that aren't considered essential. So who knows? But hey, the good news is you're not going anywhere, so the likelihood of you dropping it is pretty low.
you think that I won't do that?
Hey, look on the bright side. Yeah, let's just you're not leaving your house, so it'll probably get delivered.
Hopefully.
We're not having any solar flares either, so
Oh, now you've cursed us there. Oh, Derek, because now you just can't. The one thing you can't say is it can't get worse because someone will make it worse.
Mm-hmm.
that's true. All in doubt, just blame Derek.
No, I blame the people at CERN. It's obviously they did something, and we're living in a weird
They opened up
parallel
the
reality.
wormhole.
Is it the Higgs boson thing? Is that what's?
Yeah.
What's led-
That's what I'm claiming. It makes me sleep happier that way. So
Okay,
I still think we're all just living in a simulation.
I agree.
Or
with
we
that.
all crossed to a different dimension and we don't even realize it.
someone just needs to reboot that Linksys router that's running this whole thing.
Just on a little sketchy connection.
Well, you got a new engine now. You need a new internet connection, Chicken.
Honestly, yeah. I might as well replace everything. There's no point in letting things break down. If there's a scratch, just throw it away. It's
Oh
fine.
God, don't say that. My wife would throw me away immediately.
Oh, man.
Can I
I
just
look
say
like
this?
Ronald McDonald.
This Ubuntu looks so professional, dude.
It does.
2004. I mean, it just looks so professional.
I really think so. This is not taking it the wrong way because I obviously work on a distro that Martin founded, but I think that Will took Ubuntu through a very difficult time on the desktop team,
Mhm.
and he got it through to a certain point, and Wimpy has a very big desktop focus, and I think that desktop focus that he has is going to really carry over. So I think you're going to really see some great stuff, and I'm making sure you understand there's no slight to what Will Cook did. He did an incredible job, went through some incredible challenges, and left something that I think Martin's going to take and really take to a different level.
Still not sure why Gnome Tweaks is not installed by default, but that's just me.
Rocco, how's your pixels?
You know what? I've been trying to find. That's why I'm telling you it looks so sharp, because I'm trying to find some pixels that are off, and man, there's far and few in between that I can see.
Nice.
I'm
Just
impressed
saying.
by what Ubuntu's actually pulled off on the desktop in terms of that transition as well. Like changing your interface really like is no small thing, and it's not just like changing a theme. They changed the entire environment around it, and it's, despite the fact that it was a turbulent transition, it's a relatively smooth one compared to what I think a lot of other products would go through.
I'll tell you where the pixels are off.
Uh-oh.
So you change to Yaru Dark, and everything changes perfectly, except for the mouse cursor, dude.
Oh yeah, open the calendar, by the way, on the top.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
Well, actually, all of the drop-down menus, actually.
Yeah, you got to change your user shell theme to change.
Like the mouse cursor doesn't change. Like what I'm saying is, if you like, that's definitely a good direction. It's definitely a good step. It just could use some things to be more universal. Just saying.
Now, if you followed Alan's videos, you would have noticed that he had mentioned when he was on with Eric and Angelo that they would like to get rid of Gnome Tweaks or not have to use those. But I'm just saying.
I did watch that video, Joe.
I know you did.
Just because I don't agree with that doesn't mean.
I know. I know.
So yeah, there. So there.
I think the one thing that we do forget is that the polish that goes into this, the stuff that the elementary guys do, the stuff that the Linux Mint guys do, the Pop OS stuff, that it makes it helps them out tremendously. And it's something that somebody mentioned. I believe they were talking to Dustin about it. And he said he'd never thought of this, is that if you use something other than, Ubuntu or one of the official flavors, if you use Mint, test out 2004. I know I'm harping on it, but test it out. If you use elementary, test this out, because eventually some of this is going to roll down to you. Mm-hmm. So this is a time to get on it. And
hey, Bill.
Yeah.
I have another question for you. I mean, I hate to. Can we not turn off desktop icons?
You have to uninstall the package, so it's
Really?
GNOME shell extensions.
I gotta uninstall a package to turn off desktop icons. There's not a switch anywhere.
They're working on it. They know.
I'm kind of concerned by everyone's lack of Zoom backgrounds in here.
Look, don't you love my basic white background?
I've got my grandma's drapes. It's fine.
Well, it actually looks gray. Just saying. It's just dark now.
Dude, you look so weird with
I
the
think
universal
I need to, get a
globe
more
behind you.
dark shirt so that it looks like I'm just a head floating here.
It did not work.
That's
So close.
fantastic.
Oh my gosh, Eric has that now. I'm
Eric has it.
confused.
So my my daughter's classmates, everybody today, it was virtual background day. So everybody in Zoom was playing around with virtual backgrounds.
I have somebody.
Lord.
There's a person at work that has been doing a new theme every day. So one day
That's what happens when I do
she
it.
dressed up like Glenda from Wizard of Oz, and then the other day she dressed up as John Belushi from Blues
my
Brothers.
gosh.
It's
Well,
pretty
that's a little bit different. Wow, and now Eric is really
Like
That
a
was,
Zeppelin
it's not
mask.
catching the shadow behind me because it's not lit well enough. So, whatever. This is
Right? That's what I say. Whatever.
Has the latest Ubuntu beta got the extensions app in it? Does that come with the extensions app?
Is it working now? Because it wasn't working for user installed
right.
extensions.
Woof.
It works. So I've been using it on Arch, and it works really well. It's actually pretty neat.
By the way.
By the way.
I didn't say it. Steve's very own. Come on, Steve, get in here. No excuses. I'm actually hoping that like we get Dan. I'd like to get like a mini Biddle going. See,
a pre-Biddle before Biddle day.
see how many people we can get in here and.
Well, we have a JJ, so who knows
I'm
what
kinda
random
hurt.
stuff could happen.
I'm kind of hurt, Eric, because I mean, you got guys in here that I never get, like Electron and X. You know, they never come into Biddle.
Yeah.
I'll be on. I'll be on this weekend, my brother.
I'm kind of hurt, dude.
I'll be on Biddle EU next week.
Well,
you got Paul. I mean, like, geez.
Hey, some people get stage fright, man.
Yeah,
Biddle's-
people like Kevin don't show up anymore.
Well, Biddle's the big show, right? Everybody's feels the pressure of Biddle, so.
But there's no pressure. It's just
Oh,
us.
man.
There's no pressure. It's just us talking, for crying out loud.
What do you
You're
guys
running
think
it,
of
Rocco,
mine?
it's pressure.
No, dude. There's no pressure. Like we get into a Zoom room just like this. You know, the only difference between this and Biddle is that there's 4 people. That's it. It's the same concept, and we're just talking. You know, it's the same thing.
Rocco, did you do your distro review?
Oh, you're right.
You either have to
I
make
think-
something up on the spot or get out. Those are your two choices.
I think we have to do something about that. I think we need to like have people raise their hand or something if they
Yeah.
don't want to go or something, so we don't have to like call them and say, "Did you
That
do
was
it?" And they go like,
tough.
"Oh,
last
no, I
week
didn't do it."
was tough. There were just so many people.
Well, I'm sure this week is probably going to be no different.
Yeah.
That's perfect, X. Great background. I love it.
Well, Rocco, maybe a suggestion would be is before you get started going to everybody to say, hey, if anybody didn't try it, do the raise hand and the.
We can definitely try that, Joe, but so many people join after we start that it would like we'd be getting half the people. But yeah, we could definitely try that.
Either that or just have a message in the chat. Just message in the private chat, the Zoom chat, and say, hey, you didn't.
There are so many messages going on, Joe. That's one of the funny things is once you get to help out behind the scenes and you see how much work that they're going through, you're like, wow.
Oh, I know. That's where speed reading comes in handy, though.
There is stuff coming left and right.
It's funny because without these other guys like Eric and PZ and Dan and Bill and stuff, Nate when he helps out, without them guys, I wouldn't be able to do it. There's just no way I could keep up with it all.
Yeah, just trying to watch one chat's bad enough. It's just multiple.
Well, that's why it's always funny because it's like, well, whose turn is it? We have a doc open with chat, so we've got.
So we got YouTube chat, we got Zoom chat, and we got the document chat that we're all trying to keep track of.
Yep. And the document chat is where we're trying to coordinate. Okay, who's up? What are we talking about next? And it's always like, I was terrible for like 3 weeks in a row. It was like every time it was my turn, and there was 5 seconds of dead air, and I'm like, it's me, isn't it? It's me.
It's you.
And what's worse is when you finish talking about what you've experienced, and then everything just goes silent. You think, "Wow, nobody really enjoyed that conversation."
Yes, but that's nothing to do with that because we're all fumbling behind the scenes trying to
That's
figure out
right.
whose turn it is.
Right. See, this is what happens, Rocco. Now they think it's. I feel even worse.
See?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, well, that's that production value for you, the production. But it is, I'll tell you what, before we had the shared document, it was a nightmare. Because we just were guessing and would talk over each other or, yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Steve.
There's my favorite boomer.
Oh,
Boomer.
my gosh.
Wow. You put me to shame. That's saying something.
That's impossible, JJ.
And there's Dr. Random JJ.
Speaking of random, I have a backstory to Bruce from Finding Nemo.
Yeah.
My theory is that he is actually a reincarnated war veteran who drowned in the Pacific and had a huge morphine addiction.
Really?
Yes. So basically,
Hey.
You got a lot of time on your hands, don't you?
I think this hypothesis was inspired by the very thing you thought he
Yes.
was.
Were you in the desert, Chicken, eating some cactuses when you came up with
too much
this?
sun today, brother, or what?
That peyote spirit quest going on.
It's not just the Telegram group with all his stickers.
I had this really hot pepper, and I thought it was Homer Simpson. And
I think Chicken's got more stickers than Wimpy does.
oh gosh.
Just saying.
I wonder where he gets them all.
he steals them from people.
You know how I discovered the stickers actually is like I'll go into my photos library and there will just be things people have sent me that are pictures of me doing weird things. And I'm like, oh, this is new. So I just add it to the pack.
There is nothing quite as weird as the one you're on that little toy pony thing in the toy store. That is so bizarre.
My favorite is when people join that don't know what's happening, and they're like, "What the hell was that?" It's just like, "Oh, that's chicken." That's it.
Yep.
I like the one with the mud mask.
Oh yeah,
that's
a
really
good one.
just out there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Here's a little random. I just got a notice on my phone saying that the CDC is recommending everyone to wear a mask when they go out.
Yeah, that's the new one.
Yeah, just heard that.
Except that regular masks, the paper ones, they don't actually do anything.
Nope.
I hate to break it to you.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't seal right around your mouth and nose.
Well, and even if they did, they can't filter the material doesn't filter the virus. It's not. What is it? M95 or M25, whatever.
You need
N95.
M95. Yeah.
You can't even buy one right now.
Well, that's the thing. People talk about masks. You're not going to go into a store within 50 miles of where I live and find any gloves, masks, or even soap.
Nope.
Hand soap. You're just not going to find it.
And the government is asking construction workers for their masks so that they can give those to the hospitals.
Wow.
Well, they're recommending here not to wear masks unless you have the flu, whether it be COVID or just standard flu, then you wear a mask.
The problem with it, Colin, is the reason they're changing it now is because if people are not exhibiting symptoms but may very well have exposed, could turn around and infect you. So
I mean, in some
they don't know.
States, and this is the same day some
True.
of the states' stay-in-place orders are going into effect as well.
I had a friend of mine call me today. I called to see how he was doing. He owns a packaging or a printing company where he said they're so busy right now because he does process packaging for food and medical things and whatever. And he's getting caught between a rock and a hard place right now. He said, because we've got workers that they've traveled. We told them you have to be off for 2 weeks. And there's other ones now they're saying, oh, I don't feel so good. And they have to get sent home for 2 weeks. He has to pay them. And he said, but I'm telling you right now, if I got to fill some of your position, you may not have a job when you come back. So he's getting caught between that. But he says, I can't believe this. And they said, what? He said, I'm looking at all these parks are jammed with people, with kids and everything else right now. And that's in Illinois where it's been shut down long before we were.
Aren't they doing like the stay in place order now?
They all have it, yeah, but the people are ignoring it. And I don't know. I don't understand that.
Yeah,
anyway,
we've seen that on the
back
news.
on the doom and gloom again, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, how about Ubuntu, huh?
Yeah.
Not that Ubuntu.
That pretty thing they put out.
Question real quick.
So who let Kevin in?
So anybody have any?
It's a good
experience
question.
with budgies
I
so
think
far?
Eric was a little loose with the invites there.
Great.
JJ, if you're wondering why people are talking over you, it's because your mic is really low.
It is, isn't it?
Also
Yeah.
because I just wanted to.
I mean, that could be a possibility too. I never thought about that, but
You should have DM'd me. Plus,
true.
I was in another Zoom group yesterday, so.
We can't really hear you.
So
That's
I saw an
being
interesting
honest.
conversation go down in the Ubuntu testing group, and this is kind of like something that I think is really important. It's important to test it, right? But then they have the numbers that say that, like, yeah, it passed the test for a few people, therefore it's ready. But like, I'm not going to call anyone out, but like, not testing it further is kind of like not good. So I think there was some confusion with some people for like when something passes a test for a few people, it's okay and it's done for everybody. And that's not true. So just because something says passed, like if you look at the list, it's only passed for like 2 or 3 people. It's still worth testing on different hardware and different scenarios and different uses. So test that Ubuntu.
So we say it on the.
There was a good like 20% of what you just said where I like interpreted the entire thing as you talking about vaccines, not about hardware. No joke. That's how much news I've been watching recently.
Oh my god.
Well, that's really fit you then because you like that in outer space anyways.
I mean, I've been seeing a lot of hardware news in my newsfeed as of late. I mean, that we could have gotten from Computex, which should have been around this time this year. But
Well, Bill raised that same point when I was talking about my issue earlier. He said you still should test anyway because everybody's hardware is different. So that's kind of going to that point as well. That you don't assume that every piece of hardware is going to run it the same way.
So like people like Chicken who have cutting edge, bleeding edge stuff, hardware that no one else on earth has, and me who have ThinkPads, who everything works on a ThinkPad, but no, it's really what you have. If you're going to really run this, if you think about you're going to ever run it, try to do it like Popey mentioned about installing it on a USB drive, like a real install, just to test your hardware. Does your video card work? Does your motherboard work? It's really important. And what Chicken said is if you look at something and it's got 4 out of 4 in the ISO tracker, that doesn't mean you shouldn't test it. It just, because somebody else has passed it, it may not run for you. And you may discover, like Adam did, a huge thing that is really helpful to a lot of people.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Adam found something useful?
He did.
Yeah, we don't talk about that very much because
Okay.
look at the size of his head right now.
Family.
Imagine if it got bigger.
Family friendly, Steve.
You
Family
need new
friendly.
headphones.
Oh man, Adam.
So
Well, you know who probably told Adam?
On
McGee.
bad news to bad news, how about Self being canceled?
Yep.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming.
I
Yeah,
knew it was
had-
coming too, dude. I was
Maybe
like,
they'll do virtual.
was hoping
Good
they
thing
talked.
Zeb
About,
went
they
last
talked
year.
about it. They're still looking into what they can do, but it's a shame. Just a shame.
Yeah, I don't foresee this going away anytime too soon.
yeah, what
Well,
about
that was what I was concerned with, Steve. Even if it did go away next month, nobody would want to go anyway, regardless. So
No,
it wouldn't be
probably
the
not.
same. It's the best decision to cancel it.
Yeah, I agree because I want to do it, and I was really hoping I could this year. But honestly, I'm probably not in a position that I can. So, next year, hopefully. But, and honestly, because they're canceling everything, I think the next cycle, everybody's going to be so interested in going and doing them that they're probably going to be really good. So, anyway,
totally.
so what things have people been working on Linuxy this week, or just in general? Anybody want to show and tell anything?
Is virtual display turned on? Like, what's the?
You're scaring me, JJ. What's
Share?
He scares me all the time, dude.
what do you got in mind, JJ?
Well, no, I was just curious because I was wondering because I just got a new monitor because I'm working from home as of last week, and I just got the new monitor last week. But
If you share your
haven't talked about
desktop,
it
we
here.
can't see your monitor, bud.
Can't you see my monitors?
Wow. Wow. Hey,
Say hi to China for us, will you?
China.
I haven't
Okay.
done much this week, but my wife is actually using Zoom with her library patrons, which our local library said that they're going to pay them through the end of the month, and then they're going to be furloughed if they don't go back if the libraries don't open again.
Yeah.
But she's asking me all these questions about Zoom. She's actually using the headset. It's like, okay, so maybe something good might come of this.
My daughter's using it for school, and it's so funny to walk in and see them, all their little faces, just like us, right?
Uh-huh.
And there they are. And so it's this role reversal thing where she's on an old laptop I gave her in Zoom with, and so today they decided they were going to draw pictures of Zoom, and they drew little caricatures, however you say that.
Caricatures.
Thanks, JJ. Of all of the, you made Rocco choke. That was worth it.
Good timing.
So so she drew all of her friends in little boxes on the Zoom screen, and then that was one of her little things she did today. So
nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it is funny to see people, like non-tech people, all of a sudden everyone knows what Zoom is. The whole world knows what Zoom is, right?
Well, I mean, even before now, Motley Fool has been talking about Zoom and their market share and all that. So this is just increasing their footprint, although with the increased attention, all the news about its vulnerabilities right now.
Yeah.
I
We
don't
were
know about
talking
you
about
guys,
that.
but I know a lot of people who read Motley Fool.
I listen to a podcast.
I only read Motley Fool when I'm listening to Motley Crue.
You
I
think
I didn't think
you
Motley
really think
Fool
it's
was
that
still
funny,
around.
but seriously, it's a very interesting organization that has to do with investing, and they
were around in like the 90s. I didn't think they were still around.
Yeah, they have podcasts. They've been doing podcasts for a while, and they have commentary about the markets. They do have a decent understanding of technology, but it gets you a normal viewpoint a normal's viewpoint about technology, like what they think about certain technologies and items in the.
So that actually makes me think of an interesting thing. Like, think of the amount of like companies that existed, pre-dot-com boom, during the dot-com boom, and everything that just aren't around anymore. And then there's certain ones that just seem to, get bigger and bigger and stick around. Like eBay and Amazon and all those, right? And like
COVID.
There's so many, so many that like just disappeared. And I think like the internet these days, it's all so monolithic. Like there's only like a few websites that control most of the traffic. And it's like, how can you possibly how can any of them possibly go away, right?
So
like back then, when the internet was very like sprinkled all over with a bunch of little websites, because it's common to see them go and come. But nowadays, everybody just monolithically like goes onto certain platforms. And
well, Zoom. Skype used to be a monolith.
Did it?
Yeah, but that's not really kind of what Skype isn't exactly as big as what I'm talking about. Like YouTube, for example, there have been many attempts to make a platform to replace YouTube, but none of them have gotten the traction of YouTube, mainly because of the scale of YouTube, right?
Mhm.
And the same thing goes for something like Reddit or Facebook or Amazon or like these large companies, these large platforms. It's like they drive
But
so
Facebook is
much
full
of what
boomers.
they're.
Like most of young people aren't using Facebook nowadays.
But young people use Instagram, right?
Yeah, owned by Facebook. I get your point. And WhatsApp is mostly popular internationally.
Yeah, and it's like you really I don't see these big companies disappearing because they are just that big, right?
Well, only if it is slowly waning, but it's a slow drizzle.
What do you mean? What is waning? Because like AWS, Cloudflare, those are everywhere.
Yeah.
If you're using Netflix, you're using AWS. If you're going to a website, there's a lot of times CDN is Cloudflare.
Well,
much less your DNS. So those huge monolithic companies are getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well, with services like Facebook and also iMessage, some people are turning to Telegram rather than going to WhatsApp.
We like Telegram, we use it. Internationally, there are nearly 1 billion users, 1 billion plus, using WhatsApp. Telegram is a tiny subset. So
But it's getting trickling attention though.
the user base for those two tools is, or like at least the purpose that people use those two tools are completely different things. Like they're completely different feature sets.
I mean, it's almost sometimes I feel like, why aren't people using Telegram? Because it has a lot better features. And it's,
Well, okay, so I'll show you one thing. Right, I'm on the App Store right now, and if you look up messaging or messaging app, for some reason the first one that comes up is Signal. I don't actually understand how. But the next one is WhatsApp. The next one is like second texting number. The next one is Text Me. The next one is Kick. Like Telegram's way down the list. Messenger comes above that. I mean, like, it's pretty far down the list, despite the fact that it does have a decent user base, but it's nowhere in comparison. Like, one, people aren't going to discover it as much, and two, it just has less users.
Well, I mean, what Telegram was trying to go for was its cryptocurrency, but that sort of went downhill.
Are they still doing that?
Well, federal U.S. court stopped it.
Oh, they're Russian. They don't have to care about that. Come on.
Wait, Telegram's Russian?
Yeah.
Okay, this was fun. I'm going to have to bow out. As Barb would say, it's pumpkin time.
All right. Good night, Paul.
Thanks for being on, Paul. I appreciate it.
Take care, Paul.
Enjoy the rest of the stream.
All right.
See you, Paul.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty big, but I don't really see it supplanting things like WhatsApp and.
Well, I mean, it's trickling. Like what I'm saying, it's trickling. Like it's a very small transfer, but it's
You done?
not. It's. I mean, even though it is small, it could become big at some point with enough. With like one access could teeter one way or the other.
Oh man.
They're so cute.
Oh, Kevin's background's gone. Now we see his fan.
I'm his biggest fan.
Aw. Steve, you got friends, dude.
Kiss up.
I'm sorry, what?
You got friends on your shoulder.
Yeah. You can tell he's 2 weeks in the house now, and it's like no karate, no gym.
No one cares now with like work. Like stuff just appears. Cats appear. Dogs appear.
Yeah,
family
right.
members appear. No one even like bats an eye anymore.
We've taken in the birds. They're one of us now.
Yeah. Hey, I want to say hi, Explorer. It's good seeing you.
So I have an interesting tech issue with this webcam that I'm using. I just realized that if it gets dark enough in my room, that there's like this glare on the left-hand side of my camera. And it's because it's dark enough in the room that the camera is picking up the LED that indicates whether or not the camera is on.
That's what they
So
make
dumb.
electrical tape for.
Yeah.
That's what I'm about to go find. I'm like looking around for some. I got some around here somewhere.
Look, man,
Like
electricity's
my
not
wife
that
has about
expensive.
some tape.
Let's see if we can
That's what I do, Steve.
remedy this.
I said you just messed up your camera lens, probably. I don't want anybody to see me. So when she
No,
goes
I
on
didn't.
Zoom, she doesn't go on with a camera.
Live
Kevin.
action watching Kevin put tape on.
Kevin, you know the planet will be fine if you turn on a light bulb. It's you don't have to.
Just be sure it's an
Washed out
LED.
because I'm standing right underneath it, man. No, But
Could be worse. It could be purple.
Maybe this will help.
Oh.
Not really.
Purple.
Doesn't really help. Better, closer, warmer.
It's
All
good.
right.
Yeah, a
You
lot
have a
That's
nice
good.
warm glow, Kevin.
Aw.
Actually, didn't we discover that when I turned my lights purple, it like fixed the white balance on my camera or something?
It did.
It's better when you have an orange cat and a purple background, Adam.
I'm slightly concerned that my Mac has like not fallen asleep this whole time. It's just been on.
I saw
Jobs
your
is
cat on
watching.
it a few times though.
Yeah.
Oh, him?
Oh yeah, that's the star of the show right there.
McGee.
That's McGee.
McGee.
They love you, little guy.
We do.
He's like, what's
a
going
cat,
on here?
You know, like whatever.
It looks like a little cinnamon
He
bun.
just missed lunch.
Yeah, it's like, where's my tuna?
But Adam, at least he's not doing like Barb's cat, where he's jumping on your desk. putting his
Uh-oh,
butt in your
he's on the
face.
move.
Uh-oh.
It's like, what are you looking at? What's wrong? No, McGee, I don't have pizza for you.
Okay, Garfield.
I love you, little guy.
He wants out of there. He's looking around for a mouse that isn't bolted to your desk.
Oh, the door's
All right,
wide
guys.
open, so
I am going to head out for the night. Thank you, Eric.
See you,
Appreciate it.
Rocco.
Good night,
See you,
Rocco. See you tomorrow night.
I'll
Good night,
see you tomorrow
Rocco.
night, Rocco.
See ya.
So, yeah.
You know, it's so funny
You're right.
people saying they're heading out for the night and things like that. I just woke up like 2 hours ago.
I'll
Yeah, I
tell you, the
remember
weather
my
is so
early
nice
20s.
here. Everybody was coming shopping. It's like, and then I was heading over to my therapy session, and I went go through this one neighborhood, and neighbors are just like with each other together. You know, no social distancing. It's like, you know.
It's weird. Even the antisocial people are coming together, like instead of staying apart. Like all of a sudden, because you can't be with people, you're with people. Come on.
Yeah.
Totally.
Crazy.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I don't know. I haven't noticed a change at all, except it's just less convenient for me to get things now. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I basically just do the same thing. Like, I normally don't get close to people because they're stupid anyway. So I just go to the park and eat or like take a walk, things like that. So, you know.
although, have you guys heard about the new term for Zoom rooms? It's called happy hour, apparently.
The what?
It's called happy hour now. to
Happy
normals.
hour?
Yeah,
Okay.
happy hour.
Yep, and people are
Entire
drinking.
generation
Done
happy
on
hour?
Zoom now. But
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
people that have
everybody
actually
talking about that today.
gotten together and people drinking together on Zoom, which is I think a great way to save money.
That's super
Yeah,
It's a
why
lot
not?
cheaper.
It's
Yeah.
all good.
It's hard to play. It's hard to play
quarters.
quarters on Zoom though.
We actually had
Bounce us off the screen. What the?
Oh, by the way, there is a theory, right, that microwaves are actually a boomer device. Okay, I know everybody's got one.
What?
This is like 1960s technology, right? It's like a box in your kitchen that just goes and like nukes your food. Like that is the most 1960 technology. Like,
this was way before the toaster oven was popular.
Exactly. Like clearly, if you have a microwave, you're a boomer. That's how it works.
What do you expect in the replicator now?
But see, this is all like proxy here, right? So like the microwave is an invention for boomers. The boomer is an invention for Zoomers to cook food with, right? They just make their parents
Yeah.
cook their food.
Yep.
Hey! I want to make a mean macaroni and cheese, man.
In a
Don't
microwave?
get me wrong. I
Not
couldn't
in
cook
not in a
before like
microwave,
4
with
months
the
ago.
stove.
So
With the
But
stove,
who
actually.
pops their own corn? Like, don't they just sell it in bags now?
That's the worst thing for you. No, we pop our own corn now because it's stuff that's in the microwave popcorn. Even though it could be tasty, it's pretty bad for you.
It's just oil, isn't it? It's like really.
It's
hydrogenated oil. That's the
microwave
bad
popcorn is such good stuff because it's just full of butter and stuff that
Yeah.
may
Not
have been
even
butter
butter.
once.
Not even butter.
Stuff
It's
you wish was butter.
Orville Redenbacher.
I can't believe it's not butter.
Totally.
And
It's funny how all the health stuff that used to be unhealthy is now unhealthy. Margarine. Prime
Anybody
example.
else miss Wow
Cigarettes.
chips? Anybody? No.
Miss what?
Wow chips.
Oh.
Those,
Can't remember
those
that.
ones that make you have unhealthy bowel movements.
Yeah, dude.
I know what you're
Less
talking
strong.
about. Yeah, if you eat the
No, I
whole
don't miss it.
bag, it's just like your life is over.
Like diet food.
yeah, just
Feels
eat like,
just
ha-
like
just
a
eat like
little
half
bit.
a bag and drink a Diet Coke, and you're just
No,
done
not
for.
even Diet Coke. What was that diet soda that used to be popular? Tab.
Yeah.
That was one of the first early diet sodas with saccharin in it. Oh my god!
Damn saccharin. Damn. The-
Have you ever had a tab, JJ?
I don't
Only
plan
at the
to because
bar.
I hate art. I hate.
You know, it's kind of funny. They initially like released that with that artificial sweetener in it because it was like supposed to keep you skinny and everything
Mhm.
like that. And then it's like
Yeah.
years later they re-released it without with just like sugar because they were like, oh yeah, we don't want to have any of that bad stuff in there anymore.
Yeah.
So
Cane
it's like
sugar
they
is a
came
lot-
full circle basically.
What's funny is cane sugar is a lot better for you than the aspartame and all the crumbs.
Yum, cane sugar.
Cane sugar, like a lot of the off brands that are not big Coke or big Pepsi are cane
Big
sugar.
Coke.
Big Coke. There
I mean,
like Big Pepsi sounds like some dude driving around with a gun gonna cap your ass and shit.
I just imagine like a rough and tumble DJ Khaled is Big Pepsi.
You're the best soda.
Oh,
I'm
Lord.
Big Pepsi. Yeah.
Big Smoke would be with their friend.
Big
Yeah.
Smoke, yes.
Now I'm
Blast
starting to
from
think
the
of Back to the
past.
Future, where it was give me a Pepsi free. You ain't want a Pepsi free, man. You're gonna pay for it. You know.
Yeah, that's
Give me
right.
a
yeah.
tab. We have a blood energy.
Yeah.
Crystal Pepsi, by the way, on that era. Which
They brought it back for a while in like the 2010s.
2015.
I don't-
2015.
I think I speak for everyone when I say I miss McGee.
B. McGee or what?
Meh.
He left.
I miss
think
McGee too.
sometime,
You
like,
told him no pizza, so he had to go.
you should come
Yeah, he
into
got
Biddle.
upset.
You should come into Biddle and just like instead of you in front of your webcam, see if you can set it up so it's just like McGee in front of a microphone.
Can you get a
back.
there we go, he's right back. He's back.
See, he mentioned pizza, and he's back.
Can you get a GoPro at him and just put it on McGee and have that for Biddle one night?
And then Rocco would ban him for being a spammer.
Aw, look at McGee.
Yeah.
I would watch a GoPro on a cat. That would be awesome.
What's up, old guy?
I don't know.
It certainly
See,
is a
the scary
big
thing about
one.
that is
It's
that
a
you can
very
see them
big
trying
one.
to-
Big fluffy one. It's a very big fluffy fun.
True.
Where's
true.
the beef?
Some hamburger places give you a lot
I
less
will
beef and
plot
a
to
lot of
sit
bun.
right on this step so that when they step over it, I'll trip them and they fall.
You guys remember how we wound up doing how the waiting room got started on Biddle, right? Do you remember that? There was that kid that kept jumping in and out with that goofy mask on.
Oh yeah, remember that.
Is that what caused it?
Yeah, he was.
Oh,
This
Lord.
kid would pop in. He had this really freakish looking mask on, and then he would jump back out, and then come back in and make these goofy sounds and whatever. Yeah.
Did you see we talked about masks a couple weeks ago when Nate on the after show put his gas mask on for the
Yeah.
for Biddle?
That sounds amazing.
And then he was talking through it, and it was just like, Nate, come on, man.
All or nothing. Had to go all or nothing. You know, I'm not that I'm saying Arch is better or anything, but I just gotta point out, like,
By the way,
this is going somewhere, I swear.
Elementary back to Ubuntu, not a Arch.
It's been
Been a long week, huh?
has.
I mean, I read some diatribe you wrote last night, Chicken, about
That was-
Arch.
Whew, yeah, that was a long wall of text. That was, yeah. When it comes, I'm not entirely sure what it is either. Like, so audio settings, like with Pulse, there are a lot of issues on a lot of distros where like the settings just won't be saved through session ends and like reboots and stuff. And like, this is the first time I've never had that issue. And so I'm like tearing through like the Pulse audio configs and like trying to figure out what's different. So maybe like we could fix it, but like it's exactly the same thing. It just for some reason just doesn't work sometimes and works other times, and I don't understand. And I just like I don't know exactly how to pick this apart. Like, how do we get Pulse working properly, like in terms of saving settings?
Use
And
Jack.
it just
Wait, what was the problem again?
Use Jack.
No,
I was
Jack.
paying attention to Mickey. What was the problem?
Oh, where like Pulse Audio won't save like your volume settings or output settings like across like session reboots and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And this is the first time I've not had it, and I'm trying to figure out why. So maybe I can like provide the information like on my system to someone else, but like it's exactly the same thing, and I just don't understand it.
I would start with the computer. And then, no.
Just get a Mac.
Yeah, just get a Mac. Yeah.
Pulse works perfectly on Mac. Yes.
Does it?
Yeah, because it's not there.
Oh, that's right.
You can use Pulse.
I was like, what?
Yeah, you can. But Adam was showing it. There's a what's that? Sound control or what's it called?
What?
The audio app you were showing me last night that
On
has
the Mac?
that has the routing.
Loopback.
Loopback, yeah.
Ooh.
And it's very Jackish. It's the same sort of.
That sounded so funny. Sorry.
Very Jackish.
Sounded so bad.
Is that a
As the
Corona
blade
there, Eric?
swallows him.
Ooh,
It is.
Extra. It's extra.
Extra.
With the
Great.
lime. With
You're
the
gonna
lime.
do it,
of
do it
course.
right.
That's right. It's getting warm because it's about 300 degrees in this room, but
Yeah.
yes, Jack will set you free someday.
I've got to give it a go because, like, I discovered that you don't
That's
even
what
have
we-
audio by
And
default
then I
when you
finished
set
the
up.
bottle, and
a
I was
machine.
not.
Well, you
That's a nice fish.
thank you.
Nice
It
fish.
is a nice fish. I love my fish. I don't even know what you guys can see and can't see at this point. So
Average.
Oh my gosh,
All
you got
of
the
it.
wrong screen on now. It's like,
no, we're gonna go with that. So yeah, there's
Oh,
your
that's cool.
wow.
there's your jack panel. So this is just on the input side.
Was it supposed to be all?
And you say
jacked
you
up
don't
like
know
that?
Jack.
This is supposed to be all jacked up
well,
like that.
no, I
Good
mean
job,
you can,
Kevin.
you can be like retentive about it. And,
Oh, I love this actually. This reminds me of like in DaVinci
I like
Resolve,
the curvy.
like the fusion. thing.
yes,
This
it's
is-
exactly like that. It's nodes. So you
this is
basically just say,
perfect.
yeah, and then you put in your plugins. So I've got a gate, and it just
Oh, I love
shows
that.
you you can set your the level that it's going to gate at, and then a equalizer.
I don't know, Eric. It sounds like you're
And-
losing all your bottom end there.
Yeah, on purpose. Yeah, that's without it. So I get there's a huge amount of like low end rumble. See all that?
Because
kinda-
the deep voice doesn't sound good on ThinkPad speakers, so you gotta
I've had a lot of
go
complaints.
for
all right?
the
All right?
majority.
Had a lot of complaints.
Yeah,
and
I I noticed something with like the Ask Noah show back in the day. They had like a really like present low range. So
Mhm.
like if I would listen to it in my car, I had like a banging speaker setup too. Like every time Noah would like say something, it would be like the bass dropping, and I was like, oh Lord, okay, this has to stop.
Yeah, and these LSP plugins are really, really excellent.
Don't do LSP, kids. That's actually whoa. There's a lot.
Oh yeah, no, and there's a lot of duplication because it's mono and stereo. But yeah, Spectrum Analyzer. That's what I was looking for.
I would be so overwhelmed.
Needs more
Oh,
auto tune.
It's fun.
More auto tune.
Okay, that's the wrong one. Okay, let's try that again.
Wrong window. Close it. Close it.
No, that was just.
Rickroll us.
I don't need that many. I just wanted to see. Yes, there we go. So you add a new plugin and then you just have to wire it in. So now I'll just stick it here. And then when I go back and I open it, now I'll get the visualizer.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
And that's the thing, like it's once you kind of get through the setup part of it. So this is the cadence part. And you kind of have to do the setup of this. It's really not that difficult. You just have to have the right things chosen and then set your, these things. I'm going to make a video on it here soon. And once it's set up, then you just run it and you choose it as your source and destination. And then all of this is just then wiring, and you just put in, and you see these are chained, so it goes through the gate and then the EQ and then the compressor and then out. And Zoom is listening on this.
And I thought all along you sounded good because you're in a 3x4 room.
That's part of it. But I mean, they all have some small effects. If I turn off my gate, you'll get all the fan noise.
Pretty.
And then if I turn off the EQ, then it's just all the bass and the stuff. And then if I turn off the compressor, then it kind of... So, I mean, each one does a little bit of something.
But Eric, how much of a learning curve was that for you to get this far?
6 months, probably.
Oh, wow.
But that's because I was really being kind of dumb about it.
I don't think you're dumb.
So
Let's
really...
not speak too quickly.
Yeah.
I need to figure out how to make myself quit sounding like Darth Vader when I breathe.
Well, and that's what the gate's going to do, right? So if you look at the gate plugin specifically, this is like the first one I think people should. So I was using Pulse Effects to start with, and it works, but it's kind of buggy and there's a lot of latency. So the more things you stack on top of Pulse, kind of the worse it gets. And this really is not that difficult. It really isn't. But it's the reason it took me so long was I was trying to really understand like how all of this was wired together. And but in terms of basic effects, I mean, you see I have three things. A gate, which is just going to stop fan noise and clicks and background stuff. The EQ just rolls off that low end and then the high end. And then right here is where I'm sort of sibilant. Got some sharp S sounds, so I knock those down a little. And you know, it is complicated to know like how to set all of these things, and that's what took me the longest. And then a compressor just stops really loud sounds for being really loud, and then brings up really quiet sounds so it kind of mixes it together, compresses the audio so that it's more of a singular level instead of high and low.
Is it Jack or Jack 2?
For what I'm doing, I'm using Jack 2. This cadence specifically for this cadence tool.
So Eric, what's the difference between Jack 1 and Jack 2?
Jack 2 is C++, and it's a some people there's some contention where what is it? I have to actually specifically look, but it's
I was just looking for a more general, you didn't need to go super detailed.
No. It's so it's compatibility and the way that that your system can actually hook in and use Jack, and the language it's written in, and there's a couple things specifically that they're differentiate each other. A lot of people still prefer Jack 1, but for the KX Studio stuff they use Jack 2. So, and actually my bone to pick with 2004 is this is all QT4, and so guess what doesn't work in 2004?
What?
Any of this.
Oh.
That explains why I can't pull any of this in on Arch.
No, on Arch you can. I'm on Arch. You can use it on Arch.
Really? It's not letting me pull it in. Oh wait, no, hold up.
It's all in the repos. You don't have to pull anything in.
Adam, that window you just, or Adam, excuse me, Eric, that window you just closed. I noticed there was like a exclamation or so. What is it for the kernel? Is there something with the kernel there too?
It prefers supported kernels, and so this is not a. You don't have to run real time. That's sort of one of the things that it kind of suggests that you do. But if you look at my load here, this is sort of what the latency. So my latency is 5.3 milliseconds. That's almost nothing, right?
Yeah.
I'm not running a real-time kernel. I'm just running a normal kernel. And that's kind of what it's saying is if I were doing music production where I had 20 tracks, then and with filters on all the tracks, so the load that you would put on your system would be huge. And if you're trying to get as low latency as possible, then that's where a real-time kernel comes in. But for just, voice, the stuff I do with, podcasts and videos, I never have more than 4 tracks. And so the settings I have here, 256 samples, 48,000 hertz, it runs such low latency already that there's just no reason for me to do it. But if you were doing music like Scrapjaw, people that are doing like actual music production, they're going to benefit from real time. But a couple things
that makes sense.
Like, so if you see this bridge type, this was something that took me a long time to figure out. If you just use Jack, a lot of applications don't interface with Jack. So some do. So like if I open Simple Screen Recorder, for example, you can actually tell it which backend to use. And so certain applications are aware of Jack and you can use it. So Audacity, any kind of DAW, Simple Screen Recorder. There's certain applications that are, but if you're just using like Discord or like things that are, Zoom, like anything like that, they all just assume you're using Pulse. And so at first I was just using Jack and I'm like, who could use this? It doesn't work. Like you can't run any audio tools. And what you do is you install a Pulse Audio plugin. So it's a bridge. For Arch, I think it's, what is it? I think it's like Pulse Audio Jack Sync or Jack Module, or maybe it's just Jack Pulse Audio. Or Pulse Audio Jack. So anyway, when you have that installed, then what you can do is it bridges ALSA to Pulse Audio to Jack. And so like you see here, this Pulse Audio Jack Source, Pulse Audio Jack Source, that just means that anything that's routing out through to either coming in to this Jack source or going out to the Jack sync, it's weird terminology, I know. You have control of everything that happens in between that. But before I did that, I couldn't get anything to work. And I'm like, how does anybody use this? And so the sort of one of the little secrets is, and it's not a secret, it's just something I didn't know. One of the little things is you have that Jack module in there, and that's what allows you then to use Jack as your sort of middleman, capture your system coming in, do whatever kind of routing you want, and then push it out to your system. Now you see here, I'm not actually doing anything on the output. So you
what
guys,
I find interesting though is if you look at Jack Sync, why did they spell it like a kitchen sink instead of SYNC?
there's actually there is a.
Yeah,
so
it's not like
it's not-
synchronization. It's more like it's sync and source.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I mean, I'm not trying to
I
be smart. I just, because there's a lot of this stuff that I know when you were trying to show me how to use Pulse effects before, I had nothing but misery with that. But now that you said there were some, problems with it, and maybe it wasn't all me either with some of the things, because I would get into some situations where it would just distort everything so bad.
Well, my diatribe earlier about just wanting a solution that works. That was one of my problems. Was Pulse effects would work once in a while, and then I would get it all set up. I'd have my filters all set up, and then I'd open it and try to do something, and it wouldn't work. And I'd have to kill Pulse Audio and kill Pulse effects, and there was some like secret magic way to get it to work, and it wasn't consistent. And even when it was, so I'd get a lot of loopback where it would echo on me. It was just I had a lot of problems with it, and so that's what kept pushing me towards there has to be a better solution. And so Jack it's working for me now. It took, like I said, it took a long time. I'm going to try to make a couple videos and hopefully it will make sense.
Well, the thing about this too is, like, for me, I'm not doing video production and all that stuff, but so often we run into, like last night is a perfect example. I raised my monitors up because I I changed over a 27-inch. I put it next to my 34 or whatever, and just to get everything balanced better. And technically, I should have had them up a little more anyway. So what that did, though, is it exposed my speakers more. So then when we were trying the game, with DT, I was getting the speaker feedback that you get to bleed over, even though I had, I've got the better mic setup now. And so even just to be able to control that kind of thing better would be helpful to have this set up in there.
So the thing that I like about Jack, yes, there's a learning curve, but it's explicit. Like you saw that layout. When it's wired and things are hooked together, you can visually see exactly how it should work. And if it's not working, then it's a lot easier to just say, well, okay, well, maybe this isn't connected the way it should be. Like where it can get complicated is if I open, I might as well just keep showing it to you. If I open an output source, then it's a little different. Show you. All right, so you see right now, I don't have anything on the output side. This is all input. Okay.
Right.
So if I open, well, let's just use simpler screen recorder again. So if I tell it, okay, use the Jack backend, when I do that, get back here, it'll actually pop in another little node here.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And so now, because it's Jack aware, now I can wire this however I want. If I want simple screen recorder, I'm back. If I go to my preview, right now it's getting just raw input from my microphone, not going through all of the other things, right? So what I'd want to do then is come in and disconnect from my system capture. Yes. And actually wire in the output from here. Right? So now you can see my microphone's still moving. Watch when I stop talking. The gate closes. Right? So now I'm getting the audio I want coming into this. By default, it was wired coming straight hot off the system. And this is where, so if you're using Pulse Effects, what the system's doing is, and I'll just use this as a visual representation. You don't have, so this, let's say this is the Pulse Effects engine, and then this is the Pulse Effects output. Not Pulse Effects. So this is Pulse in, Pulse out. Pulse Effects is sitting in the middle trying to do these things. And but it's not modular like this is, where I can literally just wire a bunch of stuff together. It's actually just one big kind of blob that's taking the input, reprocessing it, and then pushing it out the other side.
So it's bottlenecking it, basically.
Yes, exactly. Because you've already got overhead and latency in Pulse itself. Your system is pulling in all of these different inputs and outputs. I mean, I've got a internal sound card, I've got my webcam, and I've got, this is my mixer, my USB mixer. So you've got all those different sources and stuff that Pulse is trying to manage, and you're pushing that signal through, and it has to kind of it's trying to reprocess it on the fly, if you will, which is exactly what Jack is doing, but Jack is purpose built for that versus Pulse, which is made to be just sort of general capture. Now there's a lot you can do with Pulse, and you can optimize it, and I'm not trying to say it isn't a good solution, because if you used audio before Pulse, when it was just ALSA or PCM, like way back in the days, like it was very difficult to use. So Pulse has filled the need for easy to use audio. You know, you install a distro on your system and the audio just works now, right? When's the last time you didn't have audio work? You know, so
well,
I can't.
You can, there's a situation, I can give you one example, and that's my own fault, is I run HDMI into my monitor, and instead of, because of this cube, it's a front port on here for speakers instead of a rear like you'd expect. And it doesn't seem that, I don't care for that the way it's set up. So I run it in from the monitor, and for whatever reason on Peppermint, it doesn't remember the setting. But again, that's a rare example of how many people do it that way,
Right. Yeah, that's true. It's not going to grab.
And I've tried it on 2 different monitors. It still does the same thing.
We'd like to continue this discussion with.
Oh, wait.
I think we should do a daily happy hour that's completely off of YouTube, just Zoom. That would be absolutely awesome if we could get together and do our video chat like we normally would on a weekly basis, but do it on a more regular basis.
Yeah, I've suggested it. I think it's I don't know. I'm not sure why it hasn't happened, honestly. The streaming part, I think, is because there are a lot of people that don't really want to get in on Zoom, and they enjoy, and as do I when I'm watching a stream. I enjoy the chat, and like Rocco said earlier, when he was just participating in Zoom, like it's nice to have someone else host it and to just join in and participate. But I think the organizing it, putting it together, doing it, that's probably the part where we've kind of fallen down a little bit. But I've suggested it, and that's why I wanted to do it tonight. I haven't been chatting with people very much, and we're all sort of stuck. And I just thought, there's times where Biddle is so good that I'm really disappointed when it ends at the 2-hour mark, and I'm like,
yeah,
just keep it going. And I know we have the after show, but a lot of people leave, and it starts late, so you have people staying up really late to join. So I don't know. There's no perfect solution, but I agree with you, Derek.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm stupid. I'm trying to configure Carla right now, and I was like, "There's no like system capture," because on yours it shows like the system capture and things like that. Turns out the workspace you can like move around in it, so it was there. It was just on another part of the screen.
There's a little map in the left sidebar that sometimes stuff will just shoot off into the.
That's how I found it. I was like, "What does this do?" And then everything came forward.
Yeah.
But Shikla, are you on that nice? You let it out when you did your last video about how to do the testing on that nice, what is it, 49 inch you got there?
Oh yeah.
No wonder he's going to get lost in something.
Yeah, the workspace is huge. It's crazy.
Is it taking a lot to get used to that?
At first it did, and it was mostly because I think it was just the looking left and right. I kind of had my workflow set up in a way where I could kind of reach everything right in the middle. And so when I would switch workspaces and things like that, like there was only really usually one window per workspace, and it was maximized almost all the time, unless it was like Telegram, which when it's maximized is terrible. So once I had this big screen, it was like I could snap things to the left and to the right, and they would both be like fully maximized windows because it's like 2 times the size of a normal screen. So that took a lot of adjusting. Some websites as well on like this wide of a display, they just lose it. They freak out and it's awful. But for the most part, it works well.
Yeah. Well, because I even on my 34 inch, when it's first booting up or whatever, or you get it, everything looks so distorted until the system comes up. And even if you're going into Grub or something, everything's just convoluted, and and I saw when you did the boot up on that the other day, it kind of looked like what mine does too. But man, once they're up and running, they're nice. I just was wondering, because it took me a while to get used to my 34, and now it almost seems like it's not enough space sometimes.
Yeah. It is really nice to have. Like, there is a ton of space to do pretty much anything I want. Especially when it comes to editing. Actually, that's where it's been really nice. Like, if I open up Audacity or I open up like Kdenlive, it's so nice because I get like that full timeline like across the screen, and all of the elements. Like on a normal screen, in Kdenlive, all of that stuff is kind of cluttered up at the top. This gives everything as much space as it needs, and it's actually kind of great.
Yeah. Well, it's like anything else. There's going to be give and takes in both. So I imagine, but I was just curious because really looked like, you know, a nice setup, and I know that when I first watched reviews on those and things too, they were still kind of just getting used to that being released and, you know, how it would work. But I imagine, like, for, you know, if you like to have multiple screens, like, gee, you got it right there, basically.
Yeah.
You could have what would be the equivalent of 3, is it, what are the sizes would be? If you were using regular monitors.
These are two 1080p side by side, but I was thinking about upgrading to the one that's like 1440p.
Yeah.
And it's like 70, I think 7820 by 20. No, hold on. 1440. Yeah, like 72,000 by 1440 or something like that. Like, it's a
Yeah.
really wide.
It's crazy where this stuff's going. Because I even toyed with the idea of doing a 43, and so I could divide it up in 422s, and it's like, but then you're going to get a stiff neck looking up all the time, you know.
Yeah.
So.
I've thought about getting a 55-inch 4K TV, but I'm deciding to put my stimulus check to taking care of the few things that I need to do to the car more important than a TV.
The problem you're going to get into with and it's not that you can't use a TV for a monitor, but the resolution and everything and the way you're going to have to set up your system is going to be so different, and it's not the same.
I use a 40.
I'm not trying to put down what you want to do there. I'm just saying it's a lot more challenging.
I have a 40-inch HD TV I'm using right now because as you can tell when I turn the camera on, I'm about 10, 15 feet away from the TV,
right,
from my screen. So it's just a difference between HD and 4K, I guess, would be the big issue with resolution.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting because sometimes with the higher DPIs, then everything seems so tiny as it is too. But I don't know how to translate that. Would be translate on TV because I've got it's very old it's a 40-inch flat screen in the back that I have a computer on with PEP 10 on, and I have to bring up all the scaling to be able to see everything across the room.
Yeah, that's I have the font scaling up, but if I try doing like a 2.0 scaling, everything is off the screen normally.
Yep. That's why I say it's more of a challenge to try to get them set up, but it works. It can work, but they're not ideal for it.
Pretty much any screen that's 15 feet away isn't ideal completely.
Yeah. So, Colin, how are things down over there, though? Are people kind of taking precautions and stuff in other areas where you're at?
Yeah, we're all there's in Western Australia now. They've divided the state up, so people won't be able to travel in certain areas, even in the same state. So even for me, like 100 k's out, you wouldn't be able to go any further. So not that I'd be going anywhere. I don't know why people would be going anywhere anyway. You're better off just to stay at home.
Right.
I mean, I have no choice but to work. My daughter and son still work at McDonald's, so you know, McDonald's hasn't closed down, but they're now selling milk and bread at McDonald's in the drive-through.
Wow.
So to stop people from having to go into shops and all that, so it keeps that divide, I suppose. Not that the daughter's overly happy about it, but just means more work for them.
Well, none of this seems normal. I mean, no matter how you try to wrap your head around it, you can't. It just seems like, I always say it's like a nightmare that you're having that you can't wake up from, even though you're awake. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? It's real bizarre.
Yeah, Vince sent me an article on Telegram that if caught not doing an essential task, it could be like an $11,000 fine. I guess it went up from 1,000 to 11,000 and up to 90 days in jail.
Yep.
Wow.
That's right. Yeah, because, people don't get it though, because some people, there was a bit on the news where all these people went down the beach. They're all told to get off the beach. This was like a week ago or something like that. They're told to get off the beach, go away. I think that was in New South Wales where Vince lives. And then on the news, they said there's only allowed maximum of 500 people at that time in one area. So it's the first 500 people that come down can go on the beach. And I thought, well, what, you're going to have 10,000 people scrambling down the beach to be the first 500? That makes no sense, does it? Really, to be honest. So you might as well just close the beaches and stuff if that's the case, because it makes no sense.
Well, they didn't close them here like down in Florida by us, and they had spring break. And these kids, their cavalier attitude. There's one that they've played over and over and over. You might have even seen it because it's gone viral. This kid saying, if I get corona, I get corona. It's not going to stop me from partying. I'm thinking, if you get corona, it's going to stop you dead in your tracks. But here, sure enough, spring break ended within the first few days. 5 of them got diagnosed with it. So I can only imagine how many cases there are. So anyway,
it's a bizarre world at the moment. Yeah, it
So
works. Like I said. Sorry.
I was going to say, aside from working, then you're just keeping your normal schedule. Then it sounds like your normal routine.
No, it's more than normal because we distribute Purells,
right?
And which we are struggling to get now because that comes from US. And our company makes their own chemicals, so it's all sanitizer and all that sort of stuff. So that's just walking out the door from customers we've never seen before. So. We have been absolutely hammered for the last month at the moment. It's just crazy. So,
are you like filling orders or what do you?
Non-stop, just absolutely non-stop. And
but you're filling orders to like people who are distributing it, right? Like stores.
Not only distributors, to customers as well.
Oh, okay.
And we have public come in and get it as well. So, you got to try and teach those people to keep their distance because over the years I've been working there, you get couriers come in. The couriers never had pens. They never ever had pens. And I said to my boss, "Isn't it amazing how couriers now suddenly have pens?" Because I said, "You're not using mine."
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's anything's like I'm doing medical treatments, and even that's kind of weird where you're being, I mean, I just watched her wash her hands, but it's still kind of like, how many people have you touched today? And like, it's
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's like they're all saying in the news, people are washing their hands and this and that. I thought, what were they doing before? Well, you're not washing your hands before.
Right.
I mean, I don't even use Purell. I work around it and all that. I don't even use it. I've always common sense, just wash my hands.
It really doesn't do anything.
It has a use case if you have no taps around and you can't wash your hands and you've been touching stuff, especially at the shopping center with the shopping trolleys and the escalators and all those sort of things.
Right.
They're the worst. And if you have got nothing where you wash your hands, Purell, if you got it on you, it works great. That's a good use case. But overall, get home, wash your hands, do the common sense thing. I have been using a vinyl glove at the pumps, at the petrol bouses, because they're saying that people are picking it up from there as well.
Those are probably, those types of things where just everybody, I've been aware of it because I've been immunocompromised for about 5 years now. So it's present in my mind, but even this just makes me that one level more where it's like, I don't touch things with my hands. And if I'm pressing a button on an elevator, I'm touching it with like the back of my wrist or like anything I can do to not touch a surface that someone else has touched.
Well, when I walked into therapy tonight, I went to one of the therapists and we did the elbow. I said, "Oh, that's going to be the next thing. You guys are going to be taking care of bumped elbows. Business is going to be booming."
Mate.
No kidding.
Yo.
But I tell you what, it's changed a lot of people's mindset because I think this might keep us busy for a long time going forward. Hopefully, we all, don't get sick and all that. None of our workers have contacted this thing yet. Hopefully, we don't. But I mean, if they do, it just makes work. It's going to make work tough because there's only like 5 of us in the workplace, and with such a demand, you lose one person, you lose a fair bit of your work.
Steve, have you had people not want to come work or?
Yeah, I haven't been too bad. I actually we got a little scare going on. So I have 2 pharmacy techs out right now. It sounds like one of them, basically all she had was the flu because she's feeling better, but she kind of freaked out. And we started doing tests at one of our suburbs in Bolingbrook, Illinois. One of our closed stores we're doing drive-by testing. And my one pharmacist had volunteered for it, so he talked her into coming down. But it takes 6 days, and I heard Quest Diagnostics, which I don't know if they're doing our back end testing, but Quest Diagnostic is doing a lot of the testing on this. They're like 10-day backlog going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's how many tests they got to go through. So by the time someone gets through the 14 days, and they get a word, it might be a little bit too late. Who knows? This whole thing is just messed up and convoluted.
I guess if you're just waiting, you just have to. If you have shortness of breath or something, you have to go to the hospital.
Yeah. Well, and then another tech, the one that started it, I guess. Now he claims he didn't go to the funeral. A cousin of his was killed a few weeks before, but I guess there was a bit of a prayer group and people got together, and a couple of them now have gotten it really bad. Now he says he hasn't been with them, but it's hard. I came home yesterday and I wasn't feeling really well, and I just kind of crashed. But the pollen count, my allergies kill me this time of year, so it could easily be that. Little headaches and that, but no fever whatsoever. But it scares you, and with the essential workers and it's bad enough. I mean, our nurses and doctors, Jesus Christ. I mean, I don't want to even talk about our leader, and it will be a terrible
Yeah,
stream.
let's not.
I don't want to do that. But now, us in the retail pharmacy. So now they're getting us shields for the registers. They're coming out like sneeze shields. We're going to be getting some kind of mask shields. I don't know how we can get them. And then the nurses and doctors have to struggle to get any protection, But we have a lot of employees either just wearing scarves or things like that. And, it's, 1 minute it's don't wear them because it's not effective, but now they're talking about everybody wearing one. And it's, it's really hard to get the information that one needs through this whole thing. So, but all we can do is just definitely wash your hands. And, I keep a spray sanitizer, but customers don't want to believe that we're out. They think we're hoarding it in the back for the employees and their families, and everything I get goes out, I might say we're having senior day, and I get my warehouse delivery truck on a Tuesday where we have our senior day, but I get it late in the afternoon. So these seniors come at 8 o'clock in the morning between 8 and 9, get the first hour, and they're not getting anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's not much I can do about that, unfortunately. So I will save some stuff for that, secret. But and then our website's constantly not being updated, right? Your website says you have 12 of them. I don't. I mean, and that's where they get that we're hoarding and that. So,
Seniors Day, you have one day where the seniors come, or is that?
Yes, yeah. We would have this one every first Tuesday of every month would be Senior Day. It's I don't want to really get into it. Yeah, it's but now they opened up 1 day a week for an hour because we changed our hours from 8 to 10 to 9 to 9 to kind of reduce be able to do things before and after that we were open before. So but they're coming in and I don't have I still run out of toilet paper right away. I don't have toilet paper, sanitizer, alcohol. Got 2 cases of alcohol in Tuesday. That was gone. No mask, no thermometers. You know, even
Well,
glass.
I would.
Here we have every day. I think it's the first hour is they're allowing for seniors and people with disabilities.
As long as I live, I will never understand the toilet paper thing, to be honest.
Well, I think it's because everybody initially I thought it was because everybody was going to be confined to home and they figured you weren't going to be allowed to go and you couldn't get the stuff or whatever. But that should have subsided now, and I still don't get it.
No, it's still it's still running out. It's like
if you're going to be confined at home, wouldn't you be more concerned about other things rather than toilet paper? I know you got to have it, but I mean that's not the first thing that comes to my mind, to be honest. I just find it absolutely bizarre.
Some
We distribute
areas,
toilet paper too.
some areas, if in Tennessee, if you have a forecast of the chance of trace of snow, eggs, bread, milk, and toilet paper are all gone off the shelves before
really
that day is over. So I connected with that, having lived in Tennessee before. I was just thinking, our currency, our cash is all paper money, and we don't have a way of really sanitizing our cash. So that puts an extra little way of spreading the germs around, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I'm gonna switch topics on you and
okay, that's good.
Wait,
no,
hold up,
it's just
before
gonna
you-
do that.
Can I
Oh, go
I
ahead.
was going to do that too.
Go, Sugar. What do you got?
Okay, so it's actually a question about eggs because eggs were brought up. If you get any of you guys eat like sunny side up or like where the yolk is still kind of liquidy,
Yes.
do you like break it and mix it in, or do you just like wait until you get to the yolk and then eat it like a gusher?
Depends.
I break it. I break it and mix it in. I like
Break
to have
it
the
and mix
yellow
it.
bit all
It
over.
My
depends.
mom says I'm crazy because I eat it like kind of whole and like so it like because I don't like it when it gets all over the plate because then I
Well,
can't
have you
like.
have you
I
ever
love
had,
it all over the plate. I
like,
dip it in my bread.
Have you ever had like a hot pot? Like it's a Vietnamese kind of thing where they put the egg yolk on top.
Yeah.
And that's the whole point, is that you get that burst of that little egg yolk.
I love that.
It depends on what I'm eating. If I have like potatoes or other things, I want to mix the yolk with it. So I will break the yolk and mix it in. But yeah, if it's just a sunny side up.
I just want to rewind a second real quick. Can you say the word hot pot again?
Hot pot?
Hot pocket.
Oh, okay.
Hot pocket.
Did I say like hot pot?
No, I almost expected hot pot. Like
what pot?
Like,
No,
it's
that's
almost
the
like-
wrong. That's the wrong accent. That's from where you are. That's
It was different, dude.
Yeah.
That's all
well,
I'm saying.
I'm with you, Explorer. He just wrote he likes dipping toast. That's what I usually do. If I get a sunny side up, I'll take a piece of toast and I'll crack it open with the toast.
I
and
love it. Oh
wake
my
up,
god.
Take the whole thing in my mouth. Yeah.
And I have turkey bacon with it every morning.
Well, I mean, yolk is like egg gravy, right? I mean,
I made a kick-ass
Egg
breakfast
gravy.
sandwich.
Which is the worst
other
part
day.
for you, of course. You know.
It was,
oh yeah.
No,
But it's full of nutrients. It's full of nutrients.
Yeah.
Steve, I'd like to thank you for always steering us back toward food, even though that wasn't you, that was Chicken. I'm gonna still blame you because
Hey, we're not part of Linux unless we're talking food once in a while. Oh,
Yeah.
and now Adam pops. Hey, food? Hey, fuck off.
You heard bacon.
Demonetized.
Shit, you think this was monetized? Come on, man.
No, I'm kidding.
We're over 4 hours in.
It would've been a long time ago.
Yeah.
Did you see what Eric's drinking? I mean, we're practically sponsored by this pandemic.
That's right. Drink Corona. No, so I was just gonna go ahead. Go ahead, Colin.
Oh no, I wanted to ask Chicken. He's using Kadian Live at the moment. I haven't used Kadian Live for the longest time because I was having sync problems because the audio wasn't syncing with the video. I did file a bug for that, but I'm using Blender right now. But is there you having any issues with syncing on Kadian Live?
So I don't, but I actually import my audio. So I edit my audio separately and then I replace the normal audio track with the audio I've already edited.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem to
Right.
have any issues when I do that. But if I edit with like the audio that's already attached to the video clip, it's all
Yep.
over the place.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay,
Yeah,
so
and
that wasn't just me.
I've done that too. I'll record now I do a whole weird thing where I record the audio completely separately, but I will record the audio with the video and either use Audacity and open that video file just so I have the audio, and then do some filtering and things in there, and then bring that back in as a WAV file. But now
So
what I'm
you
doing
just-
is,
So you just split the audio to match the video as you go. Isn't that extra work to do that, or?
If
It
you group
is.
them at the beginning, so replace the original audio track that's with the video. So you can, right now I think it splits them by default. Just delete
Yes,
that
it does.
original audio and then replace it with the audio you have.
Oh,
and then it's
right.
kind of like editing the
Ah.
clip normally. So you don't have to keep like resyncing.
and you just
it, 'cause that would-
group them together, and then that way any cuts you're doing to the video are happening to the audio as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I
'cause when I
see
first
what's
did it,
going
I
on.
was doing exactly that, and it was awful.
But,
Yeah.
I'm gonna share again because why not? So I'll show that part real quick, just so you can see it. I opened Reaper earlier, but this is what I'm using now. So if I do a new project, this is my like sort of default workflow, and you can see it picking up. And if you guys, well, it's going to pick me up on both, and I have to wire it properly. But anyway, so I record audio to the video and then also in here, and because the waveforms are the same, you know, as I'm recording, I have my waveform, and then when I save this out as a wave file and then I bring it into whatever video editor, I then can just match the waveforms. And like Chicken said, you just lock it at first, you group it, and then
Yeah, okay.
you just replace. The reason I do it in here is because I have all of these audio filters. And so like on my track, I have basically the same three I showed earlier, but Reaper just does a better job of the difference between a DAW and something like Audacity is destructive, so that when I do something to a waveform in Audacity, and this will probably kill my audio. Hopefully it didn't.
No, not yet.
No, it didn't. So if I open something in here and I make a change to it, it is destructive in the sense that, let's say I want to, you know, do some effect right here. Let's say I want to reduce the volume. By doing that, it's now changed the waveform. And if I apply additional effects on top of this, let's say I want to do a noise removal and some sort of adjustment, and then I want to do a compress, like I want to do something to clean up this audio. Each step changes fundamentally the waveform. And so as you go to the next step that you're trying to undertake, the audio is no longer what it was. It's not the raw audio, right? So you're additively changing, whereas something like Reaper or any other DAW, these are just real-time effects. So the underlying audio is
That's
just
basically the same thing though, right? As like you know, analog audio or something like that, like where you're dealing with like line inputs and stuff like that. 'Cause
Yes.
Every time you're, you know, changing the signal somehow, like that's what happens.
Right, but if you change the signal upstream, right, when you've recorded it, you then have, it's like taking a picture in RAW versus a picture that's a JPEG, right? If you have the raw image, you can manipulate that image, but you always have everything that hit the sensor.
So noted, if you use Jack, you have to be a mixing engineer.
No,
I'm kidding.
I take it way further than any normal person should ever. But the beauty of this though is that I always have the raw recording, and I can change these effects and try them out in real time. And when I'm happy with them, then I can export this as my produced track. But if at any time I want to change something, any of these, I can have, 50 different effects, stacked up. If I want to turn one off just to see how that's going to influence the sound, you can do that in real time and in a completely non-destructive way versus in Audacity. Like I said, if you've done 3 steps, you're now 3 steps deep into something. If you tried to add another filter, it's not going to work the same way because your audio is fundamentally different than when you started. Whereas with this, it's still the same raw audio and you're choosing what to turn on and off in real time. And you can always go back. Whereas with the Audacity, if I made all those changes and then saved it that way and didn't have my raw file, that's it. You can't undo it. So that's why I switched. Like Audacity is amazing. You can do a lot of really cool stuff in there, but ultimately, like once you've done those things, that's it. Like it is fundamentally altered the sound. So anyway, the thing I wanted to talk about, and this is slightly self-serving. I'm really enjoying some of the videos I make where I get feedback from the developers. So I just made this one on Flatpak, and I called out this new Flat Seal UI. I think I have it installed.
You're definitely a true Floridian now with that fish.
That's what did it. That's what put me over the edge.
Hey guys, I gotta go, but it was such a blast tonight. Eric, you got to do this again, man. Much props to you.
I will. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you hanging out, Explorer.
Yeah, good seeing you, Explorer. Take
Good
care.
to see you too. Take care.
Good seeing you, Ray.
All right. Well, apparently I had that on Ubuntu. Anyway, so I love making videos where I call out something and then, so this is the developer, and and he's saying nice video, and like he's responding to what I'm talking about in the video, and like I guess the only point I wanted to make was this is exactly what I'm trying to do when I make videos, is like I want to call attention to projects that maybe people don't know about, and I've done that with Lossless Cut is another one where the developer emailed me, and App Image Launcher, and like that's so satisfying to me to be able to do that and like call out and say, go check out this cool thing, and say thanks or try it out and give feedback or whatever. And I don't know, just as creating content, I find that really, I don't know, like I'm never gonna YouTube, like making videos on YouTube about Linux is not a secret for like that's not a business plan if you ever think you're going to do well, like financially or anything like that. I don't know if you saw Jason Evangelo. He's like, yeah, I've got 3,500 subscribers, over 200,000 views, and I've made $185. And if you break that down by video, that's $1 an hour. It's just like, yeah.
Not bad as like a sort of like sideline sort of income, but if you're spending so much time on it, like that's not very good.
Right. And so that's the motivation, is like, I hope people enjoy them. Like, I know you all love the regular expressions one. I know you did. Secretly, you're all like, I'm going to go learn regular expressions now and use them every day.
One step ahead of you.
Yeah, well, Adam
I know
liked it
just
right away.
enough to be dangerous.
Oh, you know more than I do, I'm sure.
I loved my coworker. So we have an intern who's never dealt with regex before, never even seen it before, and then like I give him this like pattern. I was like, that should do it, and he's like, did you just like just slam all over the keyboard to make this? Like this doesn't make any sense. Like it's like, what does this even mean? He's like, it just looks like random characters.
Yeah, and it's a language. I mean, it's not a complicated one if you take the time to learn it, but Anyway, I know that people look at their text editor and look at the search and replace and go, what's regex?
Yeah.
And I just happen to be sitting there putting together show notes, the example I showed, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna do a quick video on this because I know nobody actually thinks about it. Who knows? If 2 people try it, whatever. But I love it. And that was one of those things. I was the same way for years. I'm like, I should really learn that. I bet it would help me if I learned that. And actually, I think when I started using SED and stuff like that, that's really when I was like, okay, now I need to figure this out.
Yeah, I think the first time I started learning them was with Vim, like the search and replace in Vim. Yeah.
I cannot use Vim. I'd have to learn it because I sometimes, because when I use a distro, I'll use whatever comes default. I open up a text editor, and one day I think Vim opened up, and I was trying to save a document. I thought, how do I do this? I just had no idea, and so I had to switch back over to Nano because I never used to like Nano either, but Nano's I can handle. Anything past that, nah. I just like it to be simple.
Yeah, the joke is the only way to get a truly random string of text is put somebody who's never used Vim in front of Vim and tell them to quit. And watch them just press keys.
Yeah,
it's the only truly random sample you can get.
That would, Colin, if you actually do want something simple, Arch is simple. That's what they say. Keep it.
That's true. Oh, I've still got one here running Arco Linux actually. So, because I'm trying to keep up with the latest things in GNOME because it's really, I think I want to go back to GNOME actually. It's I need to hop again. I'm still on Ferrin OS. I think I've been on there for 3 months now. I think it's running pretty good. But Plasma, it's not for me. Plasma, to be honest, I don't think.
I feel like a bouncing ball. I've gone from Manjaro to Arco to now OpenSUSE.
Like Rob, Linux Quest. It's a good group here tonight.
Yeah, I got
8, Peppermint 9, Peppermint 10.
I got to thank Rob for calling me out on his I think it was 12 or 15,000 subscriber video. He actually called out my channel, which I thought was really very unexpected, but really nice of him to do. So thanks for that, Rob. I appreciate that. And I mean, I've been watching everything you do for quite a long time. So you, Rocco, you guys have inspired me to, I've spent all those years using Linux and just not participating in anything really. And yeah, it's guys like you and Rocco and the DLN guys and the people on this stream that make me want to hang out and engage with people.
It's strange that you say that because I think there's a lot of people that do their own little Linux quests. I mean, I used to be the same. I used to be at home, distro hopping non-stop, and and then you started seeing these people pop up on YouTube and all that, and that's there's a few people that inspired me as well, and some of them's not around anymore, but it's amazing what you could be. There's probably plenty of people at home doing it. They're just distro hopping. I don't think I've ever settled on any one distro. Linux Mint Cinnamon is the only one that I can always go back to because that's where it is really.
Rob and Rocco are kind of like the big kahunas of this, where they come out with the testing of the distros. And the thing that I always liked about when I used to watch the two of them from the beginning with Destination Linux was how they were just so easygoing. Between that and the big coffee mugs that especially Rocco would have to bring up the coffee mug, which he hasn't done in a while. I mean, he drinks it, but not like before. It was kind of like it was like a focal point of one of the focal points of the show. But they were just great to watch. So,
are those old episodes still available?
Yeah, they're out there. Yep.
Rob wants to know if any one of us have tried GNOME.
No. That was pretty good, I gotta say.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
a funny
Farron
one.
wrote an article on it.
Well, and that's the irony, right? Because if anyone would pull that off, it would be Farron, right? Some kind of weird hybrid. I changed my mind. I'm not just using plasma anymore. I'm just going to start mashing them all together.
I have to give kudos to Farron, and I'm sorry that did I cut you off there, Clayton.
No,
Sorry.
you're good.
I was going to say I'm trying to get the word out a little bit. I think it's already past us, but I was about ready to hop after over a year of using Mint here out of frustration because there was an update that came out for, of all things, LibreOffice, and it was a symbols font, and it broke LibreOffice. And I was trying everything I could think of, and finally, I was on the right track. But it was a D package and a couple other little commands I had to go alongside of what I was doing, and Farron jumped right in, says, do this, and I guarantee it'll fix it. It's a PPA clash. And boom, it did instantaneously. And there is that sense of, wow, we got it fixed. This time I didn't fix that on my own, but that's what really is a testament to this community, that you could reach out, ask for help, and somebody will pop up. And that kid is amazing with what he knows. But I mean, it's just the fact that you can reach out and get that kind of help and so quickly it just blows my mind.
Yeah, he's a very smart kid. I'd like to see. I would love to have seen him make a Cinnamon desktop straight off Ubuntu rather than off of Mint. That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
Because, but I think because I had in one of my videos, he watched one of my videos, and I said that they were getting rid of some of the way you can theme, in the Cinnamon themes. Now you'll probably find that in the top bar, it doesn't change the way it used to. You've got to actually change the controls, because the controls now seem to control all the top bar. So it sort of, and he wasn't happy with that, and that's when he started going to Plasma. That's what inspired him to do that. But a Cinnamon straight off Ubuntu would have been pretty cool. Yeah.
He made a comment. I don't know. He's all over the place, but that recently that he believes Cinnamon has gone downhill.
Is that right? Oh,
yeah.
Was that on?
It was either because he's Telegram. I was on Discord. It was somewhere in there.
And I would think he's making that comment, don't you think, Steve, from somebody who knows what may be under the hood? Because I've seen, I mean, one of the things that really drew me to some of what Cinnamon's doing now was the polish and their theme changing and everything. But that being said, there are some things that I'm seeing with it too that have been changing, and I'm starting to wonder. But again, I don't have the same knowledge of it that he probably does, but maybe you think that might be because he sees more of what's going on under the hood.
Oh, definitely.
Very well could be.
I think he looked at what he was trying to accomplish and just decided that the base of Cinnamon wasn't going to work for him. Now he still uses Nemo, so I mean, I think there's parts of it, and there's a lot of the the Cinnamon tools, or the Mint tools, let's say, in Farron. So I mean, he definitely still values a lot of the stuff they're doing. I think he just he felt limited by what he could accomplish in Cinnamon, and so he looked at what was there and thought
that's why to say it's going downhill, I don't know if I 100% agree with that. I just think it's changing and it's evolving a little bit. And if anything, I thought it was going in the right direction. But there's been a couple things, like with the kernel. I think I mentioned that too, or when it went from 5.0, which got basically end of life, to the 5.3, it won't suspend right now, which I had no problems on the previous one. And I'm not going to go back to 4.18 or whatever their long-term one is. It can't with the hardware I have. So, it's like, I guess like any Linux distro, there's always these little quirks, but to me, that's a big one, because I don't want to have to shut the machine down every night. And yet, I never used to before, but I've been, as a guy that watches the hardware side of things too, and I'm not trying to panic anybody, but I've been seeing more and more feedbacks on some of the different components that have been causing fires, even right down to an SSD catching on fire recently. So, I think I don't want to be sleeping at night and find out my machine's burning in the other room, So I started getting a little bit OCD about that. But, and I shut it down every night. Versus where if I suspend it, I think I'd be a little less worried because at least the brunt of it's powered down. So, and that's why I don't understand if something's working as simple as suspend, which has been there forever. Why would it not work now when you release a new kernel?
I've always turned my computers off anyway. I never leave my computers on.
What I've seen, there's a lot of people that'll say, and I've looked a little, that there's a lot of the code in Cinnamon that hasn't been updated in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So there's parts of it that continue to be developed actively, but apparently there's just a lot of, sort of legacy or older things that haven't been looked at in quite a long time. And I that would probably be some of what Farron's talking about. How important those things are, I'm not sure, because I would have to think that, Cinnamon's the flagship of Mint, and Mint has a lot of users, so it's got to be working well enough,
It does.
I think the theory.
Go ahead. Sorry, Colin. Go ahead.
I think the theory that Farron would be talking about is when he says it's going downhill. I think he'd be talking about it's going downhill as in it doesn't suit his use case because they're changing the way it's theming and all that. And he's a big theme guy. And I think that's probably what it is. It just doesn't suit his use case. So that's probably why he's gone to Qt, because it has a lot more flexibility that way.
I think that's a good point, because the same thing happens with like when GNOME changes something, people are like, GNOME's doing it again. They're going downhill.
You mean like all my extensions that don't work on 336 right now?
Hey now. Hey now.
Like I can't have dash to dock in panel mode because it destroys the overview. That's
uncomfortable.
Actually,
one of the most critical parts of the desktop.
This is actually worth showing because it's so silly.
And so you just took the air out of my sails, Eric, because I was seriously, that's what I was torn between going to Ubuntu or Pop! OS for a total change here. And I was really leaning toward Ubuntu, and now that's concerning.
So I love it. It takes time and it's just the same. It's just like PPAs, right? One of the other pain points of 2004 right now is if you're trying to use anything that's a PPA, like OBS has a PPA or anything like that, there isn't a focal repo yet, right? Or a focal branch or something like that. It doesn't exist, so you can't use it on 2004, which is it's a hassle. So anyway, yeah, so this is dash to dock, and I usually like to have it in panel mode, but if I do that, actually not going to work. Here, I'll show you new extensions.
What are you running? What base are you on, Eric?
Arch, Endeavor OS.
Arch. Okay. See, I just want to let Joe know that it's probably not a huge problem if you're on Ubuntu long-term support, because once those extensions are hooked up to that, then you're not going to have any problems for probably the life of that support, right? It's only when GNOME updates on bleeding edge like Arch becomes a problem, right?
Right. Well, and they do catch up. So the more popular extensions will catch up. But you see, like, I can't open the menu here. It just doesn't work, and it hasn't. And a lot of these are that way. Clipboard Indicator was that way for a while. Anyway, if I use extensions, I can get to it. But let me show. So, this is what the overview looks like, right? And if I do A for all applications, now if I turn on dock mode or panel, so it's the full dock. Let me see if I can get it. Watch, it won't happen now, right? But if I go back up. No, it's going to work now. Usually what it does is it'll make all of those so small that you literally cannot see them, and they're like right here. And then when you go to search, it clips off all except the very top like 15 pixels, and you can't actually see it. And it has been identified as a bug with dash to panel or dash to dock. and it's not their fault. It's because something changed, and I'm going to leave it on there now, and I bet you within a certain amount of time it will. I don't know if it takes a while to happen or what, but yeah, eventually this will all just get mushed together in a little tiny space. And I thought it was Ubuntu that was doing it. Like, I'm like, why is this not working? But turns out that's what it was. Anyway, so yeah, that is a problem for GNOME specifically. Anytime there's a new release, they break compatibility with, with the previous extensions. And so they rely on them so heavily, whether they like to admit it or not. But I don't know, the fact that they have the extensions app now included makes me wonder. And they've always said that GNOME itself is meant to be very focused and lightweight and maybe not lightweight, but sort of focused and simple. And then if you want to extend the functionality, then you add an extension. And that's the purpose of them. But they've never supported them as a first-class thing. So now with that extensions app being there, maybe that means that's what they're going to do. I don't know.
Who's technical enough to know what breaks? There's got to be like some sort of something that talks to something within the extension to the operating system somewhere. That can they not make it somehow so it doesn't break it? Or is that
the way
just not
extensions work isn't like typically things like that would work through certain types of like APIs where basically it speaks to like a layer that abstracts it and makes sure that it can just talk directly to what's always there. But instead what extensions do, I mean, there is an extensions API, but basically it's like hot patching the shell. So the code is basically of the shell itself is changed live on your system by the extension, and it runs as part of it. And the reason they break is because the extension makes certain changes, and let's say there's a change in the next version of GNOME, those changes may not fit in properly with the new version, or they may encounter errors with whatever function they're trying to call if it's not there, or if it's somewhere it's not supposed to be, or if they renamed something.
Right.
And the API, there's no sort of like middleman really that's consistent that they can target. It's basically like you're hot patching a constantly changing code base, which is not easy to do.
But don't you think that goes to Alan's point that he made too about when I referenced it earlier, kind of teasing Rocco a little bit too about Eric Evangelo's interview of him, where he would like to see basically GNOME tweaks and those things not being used in there. He'd like everybody to just kind of use it out of the box, which would be great, but unfortunately it doesn't always do everything that everybody wants to do. But I think that's kind of the reasoning, or his thought process behind it.
You kind of have to have tweaks.
Right.
You can use, vanilla. Not many people do. And if you want to, just the simplest things, like you want to change the fonts, you want to change your themes.
Or your icons.
These are things that every desktop environment gives you those controls. And if you don't have tweaks installed, you don't have it. You have to have it.
Well, it makes you wonder then if that's what everybody really wants, why don't they bake it in?
Well, tweaks it's a known project. It's not like it's a third-party thing. I mean,
I understand, but it's still something that's not baked in right out of the gate.
Right.
You always go in and put it in separately.
Well, and that's what
there's a certain
tweaks
in there
installed by default now. It's out of the box now with GNOME, isn't it?
No. There is a tweaking. That's what I was going to say. Correct myself. There is a certain kind of tweaking setup you can do in there now, more than what you were able to do before, but it's not the same thing what we're talking about with the add-on.
So they hadn't changed the settings menu very much in a while. They changed it quite a bit in 3.3.6, where they removed a lot of the nested categories where everything's just sort of on a single hierarchy now. So there's that. They've added the extensions app, and I think what I'm seeing through their actions is that they are progressing more towards, the largest desktop that uses the largest Linux distribution is using GNOME 3 as their default desktop with extensions, right? They've got a dock, they've got desktop icons, they've got tray icons, and those are the big three that I think most people want or need. And they have to they of course have recognized it, and that's what I was saying. Like, the developers themselves say, we build our what we consider be the base system, the shell itself, and then expect people to extend it if they see fit. And when I was talking to Alan Pope about it, and I think it might have been on Biddle, but it was just kind of like, to me, that's what a distribution does. It takes the upstream and then molds it into what makes sense for their user base. And Ubuntu went from Unity, which had that very similar layout, to GNOME 3, and they couldn't just give people, like, when we talk about this, there's this new popular topic about a single recommended distribution for anyone who doesn't know any better about Linux, right? A lot of people are saying Ubuntu is the default. I contend that even with the extensions, it's still not familiar enough for most people. Like, if I put my wife down in front of Ubuntu, I mean, I think she would probably get it, but it's not going to be like she's sitting in front of Windows, which is why when I look at something like Zorin, I think, okay, here's GNOME with a bunch of extensions that makes it look like a Windows desktop, and it's very familiar and comfortable for people because you've got the dash to panel, you've got the arc menu, you've got your tray icons, you've got your desktop icons, and it all, that paradigm is what makes sense to people. And so,
yeah. I mean, like, when I had Nessa try out Ubuntu, right? She didn't know where to go for anything, right? She, took a guess at most things, but, I know a lot of people, especially, if they're not comfortable with computers in general, like, they're not comfortable just trying something, right? They don't want to click on the wrong thing,
Right. Yeah, there's definitely that apprehension.
Well, and my wife, like I told you, I got her on Mint, and she's still running on it, but I've noticed that she's starting to want to blame the distribution every time she can't figure something out. And it's, can't you put me on Windows? Because she's got Windows on there, and I have it on there purposely in case she really absolutely needs it so she can boot into it, but she can't remember how. So I'm going to probably have to put something together to show her how. But I'm purposely not doing that because I really want her to get used to this. And the perfect example is she went on a website yesterday to sign up for absentee ballot. And she goes, can you get me on Windows? I said, why? What do you need done on there? She goes, this just won't let me do it. It's not accepting. It says I can't use this. And I looked at it. I said, did you read what it said? It's highlighted in yellow. It says use Chrome. I said, which you're using. I said, so it's just a matter of reading and understanding what you want, and which she was on Chrome. So I did it, and boom, it was right in front of school. Well, it didn't do it for me. And she's one of those that gets very, very frustrated very easily. And now if you turn around and you put Ubuntu in front of her, that looks completely like an unrecognizable animal. Because I kind of cracked a joke. One time I said, so how are you liking your operating systems? Because at the office she's using Windows 10. And she goes, do I have Windows 10? Do I have it? She didn't know the difference because obviously Cinnamon looks similar.
Right.
But so it's that learning curve, but you have to be, the thing that I'm finding is I think that they need to kind of slow down when you're doing this, and it's part of the learning curve, so to speak, even if it's a little one, because I do think using something like Mint Cinnamon is a smaller learning curve than it is with maybe some of the other distros. And part of it too is getting used to the names of things,
Well, we were talking about that earlier with, it's probably before you got here, Joe, but, the idea that GNOME they name their video player videos, right? And it's like Rocco's point was, well, how do I know what to report from if there's a bug or something? Because it doesn't have a name. It's just called what it does. For a normal user, that's what they want, right? They don't want to know that it's Totem. Like, what the hell is Totem? That has no connotation of video player whatsoever.
By the way, what's actually really good about the whole sort of like renaming things to just videos or just terminal and stuff like that is that users won't have to know. Like if you're reporting bugs on GNOME, like it's just going to be assumed that it's Totem, right? If it just says videos, it's Totem.
Right.
So like they don't have to do any extra guesswork because it's kind of like all part of the umbrella that they're already sort of creating. And I think that solves a lot of the issues for like having to figure out, what's running behind the scenes. Well, like now you don't, because they've kind of made it to where they expect that, like they know that's exactly what they're looking for.
Right. Because that's what you're going to search for, right? If you want a video player, a music player, if someone says open terminal and you need to know to type Xterm or something, like it makes it unnecessarily complicated. So yeah. And that's what I think about the layout. I mean, we all know what Ubuntu looks like. We all know what Unity looks like, but that's a very unfamiliar concept. People either know Windows or they know Mac. And, if somebody's a Mac person, I'm probably going to say, hey, you'd like Elementary. And if somebody's a Windows person, then you can basically make any desktop look like anything if you try hard enough. But I mean, giving someone just plain Ubuntu, I don't see that as being the answer.
Your risk though with saying just videos is if you do a search for videos, thinking that you're searching for a video in your folders. I'm talking somebody that's completely new to this.
Yeah.
And then you see a player show up, that's going to confuse them. Where if somebody wants a video player, they're going to type video player, so.
You can have you can have like categories and tags and such. So when they type in video player, it comes up with Totem. Like you don't have to be bound to just searching for the exact name of the application.
That's where the distro comes in, because that's when some distros are very good at that, and they'll put all of those aliases in there where you can find things logically, but God, is it frustrating when they don't. Because I don't remember the name of things, and I use stuff all the time.
That's something I actually, I used to find really annoying about Plasma. It would default to like the description of the item in the menu instead of the name of the application. Because like I knew it by the name, right? So I knew, Kate was a text editor and whatever, right? But Plasma always had this idea of like the description being the main label in the start menu or whatever, and then the subtitle was the name of the application. So you would look and it's like, oh, this is a text editor, this is a video editor or whatever. Like it was annoying to me because I already knew the name of the application, but and it would throw it off. But I could see that being useful.
You can still do that in the menus in Plasma, where you can tell it, show me the generic descriptor of what type of application or the application name.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too, that trying to teach people new to this, and my wife is one I'm referencing here too, is getting them used to typing things in that they want to go to, instead of the old fashioned way of doing things on Windows where you click what would be the Windows start menu. In this case, it's, obviously our oh my God, I just went blank. What I was going to say. Anyway, our super key. So, it's, basically they always want to click on what they're looking for and look around and find it that way. Where I said, I told her, I said, use the Windows key, which is a super. I said, just use the Windows key to open it and start typing what you want. I said, and it'll come to you, and twice I've had to fix the photos, the Mint Photos folder, because she's tried to download photos, unzip them, rename it, and she goes through all these extra steps, and she winds up accidentally renaming and changing her primary pictures folder. I don't know how she does that, but she does. So, but I think it's trying to get them used to get out of the click on everything you're looking for to just one key, using keyboard more and just typing what you want. And the first 3-4 letters, boom, it's up,
Yeah, but I mean, even people my age, right? And I'm not super old, but I'm not really young either. But like until like 2007 with Windows Vista, Windows users didn't have a search. They had to click
That's
through
right.
menus. There was no search function. There was the find files and folders, but that was always garbage and out of the way anyway. But like you couldn't hit the Windows key and just start searching. And
Right.
so there are a lot of people, even, people in their 30s like me, who aren't used to that because that's not, for the longest time of using a computer, that's not something they did. And by the same token, I use my iPhone, right? I got used to using an iPhone for years by just, swiping through the home screen and tapping things. I can just swipe down and start typing the name of the whatever I need, and Spotlight will find it really fast. But I don't do that because it's not how I did it for a long time. So a lot of people just get used to doing that obviously less efficient way of doing things. And I mean, I use Spotlight on my iPad, because I'm used to the command space on my Mac. But I don't use Spotlight on my phone, even though it'd be way faster.
Well, that's exactly my point, though, Adam, is that with Windows, from the old way of doing it before you could type, that's what you did. You scrolled your mouse over, you clicked on the start button, you scrolled it up, you went to the menu that you wanted, you clicked on that, you went to the program, you looked for the program, you clicked on that, and if after you've been doing that for more than a decade, she's been on a computer, what?
Yeah, it'd be really difficult to remember to start searching for things.
Yeah, but once you get used to it, it's just becomes second nature, and then it gets to be, I hate to say, it's kind
Correct,
of
yeah.
you have to click around and try to find stuff.
Well, so Donnie said in the chat, he personally thinks the fact that it doesn't look like Windows or Mac is what makes it unique. I think new people moving to Linux are not expecting the same. I agree with that, and I think that's where we start seeing stuff like Farron has done this, and the latest release of Manjaro, GNOME, in the welcome screen, they have this layouts manager. And this is really slick, right? So if it's like, let's say you sit down with someone and you say, okay, what do you like as a layout? This is probably not going to be their choice, right? And the fact that I can just say traditional and click apply and have it eventually show, and this is a lot like Zorin, right? So now I've got my desktop icons, I've got my arc menu.
That's the arc menu,
Mm-hmm.
that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was sorry, Eric.
No, go ahead.
I was about to say that if you set up Ubuntu with dash to panel and the arc menu, you pretty much have the best of both worlds. And with all these layouts, as long as you're on a long-term support where the extensions don't break, that is the best of both worlds. You can click a menu, you can go through the menu, you can search through the menu, or you can hit the Windows button and just do a search on the GNOME overview. So it's really good, best of both worlds, that scenario.
Yeah, and I
So
mean,
GNOME is growing back on everybody again now too, Eric.
it certainly has won me over. I mean, it's hard to believe, but I booted into Plasma. I was trying to Kubuntu 2004, and it's Plasma, right? Plasma's. I'm putting Plasma on the same level as almost like XFCE at this point. It's a utility, right? It's a desktop that I would use in a way that I would use an appliance almost, where I have a single purpose or a focused system, and I need it to work a certain way. I'm going to set it that way, and I'm not going to really change things. And Plasma is flexible enough that I can easily make all those changes and do that. And XFCE is kind of in that same boat, I think. Whereas GNOME to me just feels inspired. It's dynamic. Like Adam and I were talking about this. There's just a level of attention to detail and polish that's there, that for as much as I love Plasma and the just raw power and capability that it brings, they lack that last mile sort of someone sitting there and loving it and saying, what kind of user experience should we give people? How can we delight them or show off the best features of what we have in this system? And yes, by default, GNOME without some of the extensions, I would say is probably not the best experience. But if you look at like the video you just did, Colin, most of those changes were like quality of life, and they were Let's add the do not disturb. Let's add the, better way to interact with that menu on the top. And they were all things that made it a better experience to use.
Yeah.
And when I look at the Plasma, this week in KDE stuff, I mean, yes, they've added desktop notifications. It's a much better system than it was. They definitely make bug fixes and refinements, but I don't know. Adam and I just sort of went back and forth a couple times, but it was really just, that's where I landed on it. It just feels like somebody looked at it and went, we can do a better job of this, or we can, I don't know if I'm explaining that right.
There's a lack of continuity in Plasma for whatever reason. It's a phenomenal system. Don't get me wrong. The problem is like, especially you get somebody. I used to like Kubuntu, but I always, there was always this feeling, even though if you looked at it right down to the raw metal of it, like heaviness. I don't know what it was. Even that, and I think that's where it got the reputation that everybody felt they had to disprove. But the problem when I say continuity is, you could go 3 or 4 different places to get to the same thing. And that to me is what also muddies it up. And I used to like GNOME several years ago. And then I started getting away from it because the more I learned about Linux and really got into it, there were different things I wanted to do. GNOME couldn't do that. But now that I see where it's going, and especially after getting, using Pop! OS for quite a while there too. And that's why I've been so torn, because there's things that Pop! OS probably does a little better and vice versa. But I started thinking to myself, especially with all these potential break issues or whatever is going on, maybe I need to go back to the core of this and just look at using good old-fashioned Ubuntu. And at least I know that, the things that are needed are going to be there. I obviously know people now that I can talk to get stuff straightened out if we have an issue, which is pretty much what most distros. But I think when it comes to this, it's like going back to your roots, so to speak. And I agree with you. The polish, the things that they're offering, and bringing somebody new on with this, years ago I had put a Unity on a system for somebody. It was a refurb that I sold. And the first thing she asked me was, how do I get to my online gambling? It's like, well, I can show you how to get to the browser. From there, it's like you're on your own, But I just think there's something about how it works. Like you said, the flash, the polish, all that, And I'm not gonna. I said this last week to you, Mr. Schicker, or maybe 2 weeks ago, but. Man, that excitement in you when you because you were always Mr. Elementary for a long time or whatever, but man, you were just, and I thought that's what really swayed me to make the decision between one or the other. And I wouldn't have a problem with running Pop or Ubuntu, but there's something about the new Ubuntu that's just grabbing.
It came a really long way.
What's that?
It came a really long way. Like I'm very impressed by it. And I don't know, it's something that I've kind of talked about before, like the difference between what it's like to experience Plasma and what it's like to experience GNOME. And like there's a lot of value to Plasma, but the way I see it is that GNOME is a designed desktop environment. Like they have looked at it and they've designed it. KDE is like a desktop toolkit. It's basically you build it yourself. Everything's there, and sure, it does just work if you're fine with the defaults. But it's kind of built as we don't design it, you do.
Well, I'll give you
that's a good point, actually. Yeah. That's a really good point. Yeah.
Yeah. And my 5.5-year-old grandson, like I said, has been playing with Pop! OS on my test laptop. And at first it took him a couple times for him to figure out how to get to what he wanted. So I showed him the other day. I said, push this button. See the one that looks like a bunch of little squares? It's the Windows button. I said, push that button and it'll bring right up what you want. He does. So now he comes on, he knows how to turn a computer on. He pushes that button. He taps because it's got that's why I was going to get rid of it. And I decided to keep it because it's got a touch screen. And that's what he does. He uses a touch screen and it works fantastic on there. So whether it was that or Ubuntu, I think that's a classic case of where Ubuntu adapts, for both.
Well, if you look at the extensions that are included,
sorry to interrupt. I'm actually gonna head out, guys.
All right, Adam.
Take care.
See you later, Adam. Really long stream.
Take my son out.
Also gonna
see you later, Adam.
All right, guys.
See you, Adam.
I'm gonna catch you guys later.
I'll wave.
See you, Kevin. See you, Steve.
You guys, take
Later,
care.
guys.
Be safe.
Later.
You going too, Kevin? Yeah. So I'll see
Yeah.
you, Kevin.
Later.
See you, mate.
I'm waving and I don't even have my camera on.
The
I got myself waving.
waving in spirit.
Yeah.
But all
I'm
the
gonna head
extensions.
out too. So
All right, Derek.
see ya.
All right, Derek.
See you, Derek.
Yeah, all the extensions that most distributions will package with GNOME. So Ubuntu, Zorin, Manjaro, they actually maintain their own versions of those extensions. So the Ubuntu dock, like if you go into tweaks, you'll see that none of them are enabled, but that's because they're installed explicitly versus an extension that you're downloading. So like to everybody's point, if you're running if you're running one of those distros that's giving you those extensions, then they're maintaining them and they're not going to break. And so the dock, and the other thing is there's a bunch of other extensions that are in there that they don't install by default. So if you just search for GNOME dash shell dash extension, there's probably 30 different extensions that are there that are really useful that you would probably think, oh, I have to go add these as third party, through the extensions website, when you actually can just install them through the package manager. So
the extensions, the people who work on the extensions, that obviously they're developers, do they, I mean, they're individuals, do they try and keep up with the latest long-term support so it is working with the long-term support of Ubuntu, or it's whenever they're ready, or how does that work?
Yeah, so think of so 336. A lot of this is moving quickly, right? So 336, 336.1, they just put out a patch. They want to get all that in to the 2004 release. All the extensions that they rely on. So the Ubuntu dock is actually dash to dock. It's just they take it and repackage it and put it out. So they're working with the developer of dash to dock to actually make the changes that they need to support. So by time, the next few weeks, by time 2004 comes out, they'll have sorted all of that stuff and it'll go back upstream to dash to dock and everyone will benefit from it. But yeah, so they're working with those individual developers, particularly for the desktop icons, the dock, and the case status indicators. So
right.
I think there's others as well, but they're not. Some of them are Ubuntu specific that I think they built themselves, but yeah, they sort of repackage some of those upstream extensions. Yeah, but it's nice because they have them in the repository, and again, they're going to support them with the life of whatever release that is. So usually before I install something from the extensions website, I'll actually look in the repo and see, is it there? Because if it is, then I'll just use that version of it.
Right.
Anyway, all right. I have reached, let's see, where are we? Check the ticker. 4 hours and 42 minutes. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take a break.
Yep. All right.
And thank you everyone that has been in the past four and a half hours or so, and that is here now. I'm glad I got a chance to catch up and say hi to everybody. And it's good to see your faces, and hopefully I'll see you all again tomorrow night on Biddle.
So you're heading out? I stepped away for a minute.
Yeah.
We're heading out.
Only 4 hours? It's like, what a slacker.
Almost five. Almost 5.
Almost 5? There you go. Okay.
Michael's in chat. He wants to know if you're trying to beat his record.
I couldn't. He's over like 7 hours or something. There's no way that I could. I fully admit I do not have the stamina to do that. And what's even better is he's usually by himself, which is scary to think, right? He's doing all the.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right,
Thank
guys.
you so much for having us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to do this a couple more times. Yeah, I'm going to do it a couple more times coming up. We're all sort of going to be stuck doing this for at least a few more weeks, if not longer. So anyway,
It's time for my second breakfast.
Sunny side up.
Have a sunny side.
Ooh,
Sunny
yeah, there you go.
Think of the same thing. Say have a sunny side egg for me too.
Love it. All right, guys.
I'll see you guys tomorrow then. Yeah.
Yeah. See you then.
Take
All right.
care.
See you later. Bye.
Later, guys.
Good night.
So long, farewell.